Okay, well, oh, no, we're not ready. Okay, and start recording. If I can get my mouse to here. Good morning, San Miguel County. We are echoing. I thought I turned off my. Hello? How you doing? This isn't my normal computer and I've been doing that. Hello, hello? No. No. That's okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I will close out of this for now. Okay, I've got my other computer. I can get that going in a minute. Good morning, San Miguel County. The time is 9:34. This is Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025, and I welcome you to a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County. Present in the room are all three commissioners, staff, and no members of the public. I apologize, my computer isn't working right now. I do see members of the public online. Thank you for being here. We will begin now with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you. Review of the agenda. I believe we have a couple adjustments to make. I was in touch with Maura, our attorney, this morning, and she suggested that we move 6A off of the consent agenda. I would like to handle that under 12 attorney matters. It's not a huge conversation, but something we want to discuss as commissioners. Mike, it sounded like you might have something to adjust as well.
It's already listed correctly, and this would be when we get to our discussion on item 9B. I'm just suggesting that before we entertain any staff presentations or public comments, that we have our executive session that is listed first and then engage in those presentations.
That's good. I would like to do that as well. So that just heads up to the public that the public part of 9B will not likely begin at 1:15, but sometime after that, given that we're going to start with an executive session for advice from our attorney. Any other changes anybody would like to suggest? Okay. Do I have a motion to, well, I can move to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
I second.
How do you vote? I as well. The agenda is set. I will begin now or move on now to public comment for items not on the agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken, since the topic was not posted with proper notice and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings Law. And I will ask our staff, does somebody have the timer ready so we can, did I say yes? Okay, great. And nobody's in the room, so we will go to the first person online who has their hand raised, and that is Doug Tooley. Go ahead, Mr. Tooley.
There we go. I remind you again, Commissioner Brown, that it is not unlawful to be making comments criticizing the government. That is my constitutional right to do so. Note the long history in San Miguel County and its subsidiary political organizations that the accusations of criminal action on that part and associated, various misrepresentations of substantial personal weight as well. And to that end, I would like to object to the process in the selection of the strategic shareholder roundtable. I have a long history of contributions on this subject, and ranking me last, that just stands on its own, and it will for a lot of people. The rubber is hitting the road, and if you want to stick with that, Commissioner Brown, you can go ahead and stick with it. But I don't think everybody in this county will. To of particular note is the top ranking of Amy Levick, and that goes to some of the critical issues that are going on right now. There was a critical complaint, a criminal complaint made to the police department of Telluride, not acted upon, but it's in their files, that I was somehow harassing Melanie Wasserman for bringing her to account for her actions at the Telluride Housing Authority, her discriminatory actions there. And curiously, just after doing that, I got a retaliatory complaint filed by Cara Pallone of was she news director then? No, I think she was executive director then, regarding a conversation I was having with I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name. Ms. Caulfield, Julia Caulfield, regarding the gondola, the early stages of the gondola, which has resolved favorably. And just now, I've been completely banned from Kodo. I can't call in there. My number is blacked calling in. And I have been accused of harassment for something that is totally absurd. And it's also where I announced the candidacy for sheriff in my new affiliation as a member of the Democratic Party of San Miguel County. I presume that was at Ms. Pallone's direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on now to the consent agenda. Just a reminder that we have moved item 6A to this afternoon under attorney matters. Are there any other comments or questions about the consent agenda?
Not for me.
You know what I'm looking for.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Full second?
Is it as presented though, or I guess it's
Oh.
as presented because we've amended the agenda. Okay, I think that's fine. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The consent agenda is, what is it? It's approved, other than item 6A. Moving on to administrative matters. Item 7A is consideration of the chair's signature on proclamation 2025-07, proclaiming September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in San Miguel County. I don't see in the room anyone from Tri-County, but is there anyone online who would like to discuss this proclamation with us? Because I believe that was Dawn. Where's Dawn? Dawn, hi, there you are. Sorry, I didn't see you. Good
That's
morning.
okay. Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm just here on behalf of Tri-County to thank you all for declaring September as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. We really appreciate your support and wanted to let you know about a few activities around this month, specifically the Walk for Hope, which is Sunday, September 28th, and a Lunch and Learn, which is Talk Saves Lives, at the Shed on September 24th from 12 to 1 for adults to come and attend. It would be a great conversation with Jamie Hurst from Tri-County Health Network.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you to you, Dawn, and to everyone at Tri-County for all of your work, and in particular, your work during this month, Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. We couldn't do this without you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
One of the commissioners, would you care to read the proclamation?
I'll read it.
All right, Galena, let's hear it.
Proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County, Colorado is proclaiming September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in San Miguel County. Proclamation 2025-07. This proclamation recognizes suicide as a national and statewide public health problem and suicide prevention as a national and statewide responsibility. Whereas in 2024, our region, Delta, Montrose, Ouray, San Miguel, Gunnison, and Hinsdale counties experienced 44 community member deaths by suicide, predominantly middle to late-aged white males. Whereas each year in the United States, approximately 13 million adults seriously think about suicide, 3.8 million make a plan for suicide, and 1.5 million adults attempt suicide. Whereas in 2024, 1,306 Coloradans died by suicide, with the majority being in the age range of 35 to 44. Whereas our local suicide prevention, awareness, and recovery coalition and organizations such as Tri-County Health Network are dedicated to saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide through education, advocacy, and resources for those who have experienced suicidal thoughts or lost someone to suicide, and together urge that we, 1, recognize suicide as a preventable public health problem, that there is no single cause of suicide, that anyone can experience suicidal thoughts, and that recovery from suicidal ideation is possible. Number 2, acknowledge that no single suicide prevention program or effort will be appropriate for all populations or communities, and address the disparity in access to mental health care for underserved and underrepresented groups while advocating to end these disparities. Number 3, develop and implement strategies to improve and increase access to quality mental health, substance misuse, and suicide prevention services and programs, as well as support postventive plans for community response to a death by suicide. And number 4, support the efforts of Spark in fostering connection and spreading the message that we are the ones who talk about suicide. Therefore, be it resolved that San Miguel County, Colorado hereby designates September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month.
Thank you, Commissioner Gleason. That was beautifully read. And Dawn, can you remind us all who handles Spark? Because I think that person needs a special call out during this meeting.
Absolutely. That's Jamie Hurst with Tri-County Health Network. She is our coalition director in that group, and she's amazing.
That's right. Thank you. Special thanks today to an acknowledgement to Jamie Hurst. All right, do we have a motion to approve the chair's signature?
Proclamation 2025-07, yes, indeed.
I'll second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Dawn, and please do send our regards and appreciation to everybody there, and particularly Jamie and you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All righty, moving on to 7B, consideration of the chair's signature on a memorandum of agreement between Grand Mesa, Uncompahgre, Gunnison National Forests and the Colorado State Historic Preservation Office regarding the Matterhorn Mill, removing the aerial tramway cable. This is kind of a big deal. Janet Kask, would you like to share with us all about that?
Thanks, Commissioner Brown. Yes, you have the MOA before you with the U.S. Forest Service and the Colorado State Historic Preservation Office, as you just mentioned. And this is to remove the aerial tram cable at the Matterhorn Mill. This is just another step in the process with the conveyance and acquisition of the Matterhorn Mill structure and the surrounding 21-acre parcel. So we're excited to get this done. We've been discussing it for a number of years now. And the U.S. Forest Service is hoping to work with DRMS to get this, which is the Division of Reclamation and Mining Safety, to have this taken care of and removed before this winter. So we're still on schedule for conveyance and acquisition, hopefully within 2027, 2028. As I mentioned to the commissioners at a previous meeting, there were additional steps that were involved. Even though the U.S. Forest Service has given this priority status, there were just additional steps involved, which has just pushed back the conveyance and acquisition date. But we're still all working together. It's a collaborative effort, and this is just one step in the process. So I appreciate your review and approval of the document, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Commissioners, any questions? Lance?
Question, and it relates to a couple of the parties that declined to sign.
Yes.
Is it of concern that the ACHP, the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, is not on board? Do we proceed with or without their approval? Seems like we can, but I'm wondering.
Yeah, various groups are invited to participate, and we meet every couple of months. We had been meeting more frequently than that, but various groups have just declined to participate or be signatories to the agreement itself.
Makes sense that that group in particular would decline to sign because their focus is on preservation, not removal. So I get it.
Exactly. And even, in one of the first paragraphs on the first page, you'll see that we invited the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, the Ute Mountain Ute Indian Tribe,
Yes.
the Ute Indian Tribe, and the Southern Ute Indian Tribe. They did participate in a few of our meetings, but again, certain groups declined to be signatories to the agreement itself, but they're still part of the conversation.
Excellent. So they've been apprised, they've declined, but there's
Yes.
no need for them to acquiesce.
Yes, and as I mentioned too at a previous meeting, there's a component of this that deals with the educational aspect of the historic preservation, where we will eventually put together a history trunk. We have the Telluride Historical Museum involved with the Ute Museum in Montrose, and so we've had the tribes involved, with those discussions. But again, they just declined to be signatories to the agreement itself, but they are part of the preparation and planning of that historical component.
Thank you. It makes sense that tribes would decline to sign because it really wasn't something that they were involved in or care about at this point. So,
Right. But out of respect, though, it's great to hear their input and have them participate in the conversations and our meetings.
perfect. Thank you.
Good questions, thanks. Helena, any questions from you?
I don't. This is the first meeting I've had actually interacting with this. I think the previous time this was presented was maybe
Oh,
before?
sure. And yes, and Commissioner Gleason, yes, you know, I can provide you with any details. Ted Wilson, who's the chair of our historical commission, you know, when we presented our work plan for 2025, we kind of delved into certain details about this, but we were covering a broad range and spectrum of all of our projects and plans. So the Matterhorn Mill was just one component. So we just kind of touched upon that, but you know, offline or after this meeting, I can meet with you and provide you with any details and backstory that you would like.
Well, thank you. And the memorandum of agreement was quite a bit of good information to just get up
Oh,
to speed in itself.
yes.
So
Yeah. Yes.
For you and for the public that might not have been paying attention, or the public who may not have paid attention, for you not being here. This is kind of an essential step in our ability to stabilize it, because there is some jeopardy from the current situation of how the tram cable sits, the ore car that is suspending it within the mine. And we've been very lucky not to have lost the mill because of any structural failures of the cable and or the stabilizing ore car holding it in thus far. So I'm very excited to see this. I know Janet's been working on this for years
Bless
to
you.
get this, the funding, the players, the agreements, and be able to take the next step in stabilizing the mill.
Yeah, as Mike just mentioned, the cable is literally wrapped around an ore car on the top floor, and the ore car is elevated.
wow.
So there are many steps to this process as far as gingerly lowering that ore car before the taut cable is snapped. And we also, another component we've been dealing with is that the terminus structure of which the cable is attached to on the opposite side of the canyon sits on private property. So that private property owner, well, the private property has changed hands a couple of times. So we received approval from the current owner to actually have access to the property to deal with the cable removal. And as the terminus structure is collapsing. So we're just glad to be able to, you know, finally just remove everything from that property, cut the cable, and hopefully just move forward.
Wow. Thanks for that background. That's
Yeah, it's
quite
involved.
the process.
It's a situation in jeopardy as
Yeah.
it sits today. So
Absolutely.
this is essential.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you for your persistence, Janet.
Oh,
And,
thanks.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing some photos maybe of that process.
Yes, and as Megan Eno, our Nora District Ranger, mentioned in her initial email, the U.S. Forest Service had captured everything with drones, and there's going to be some 3D imagery that they're going to upload to their website, and then they'll share that information with me, which I will then have uploaded to the county website, just as far as capturing this project.
Any other comments or questions?
Do you have a motion?
Let's go.
Move to approve the chair's signature on a memorandum of agreement between the Grand Mesa Uncompahgre Gunnison National Forests and the Colorado State Historic Preservation Office regarding the Matterhorn Mill, and particularly removing the aerial tramway cable.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously, passes unanimously. Thank you, Janet. Nice to see you.
You too. Thanks, commissioners.
Thank you. And good luck with that. We are now moving on to item 7C, update from the Colorado Department of Transportation. This is our, I believe, annual report and conversation with CDOT. And the agenda suggests we might expect someone named Linda Morshower, but I'm
Chaucer, and she's online.
and Linda is with us, as I believe is Tim Funk. Is Tim, are you
Yes.
also with CDOT? Great. Anybody else should recognize their
Julie Constant.
Julie Constant, of course. Hello.
Probably Mike Watson, but I'm not positive, and I bet
We have
Tony can.
several CDOT.
Yeah, we've got a lot of CDOT folks
Yeah.
on. We'd like our director, Julie, to kind of start the conversation, but she's muted.
It looks like I'm good now.
Oh, we're good. Okay.
Thank you, Tim. Is there anyone else on your team who is muted that we can unmute so that everybody can participate? Who would call out those other names if you would?
Or Julie.
Or
Yeah.
Julie?
Yeah,
Mike
I'm not sure if
Watson.
anyone else yet knows if they
Yeah, so
need to talk or not.
Mike Watson looks like he's on. Vance Kelso is on.
Annie.
Tony, Katie, Jennifer Allison, Annie, and Linda.
All right.
I think that hits everybody. Hopefully you
Does-
won't have that many questions that will need everybody.
Okay, well, we'll let you get started, and if we miss anybody, it looks like we're providing everybody with unmuting capabilities, but if we miss anybody, just holler out when we need to hear from them. And I will note that we have Ryan Rigetti in the room as well, our head road and bridge guy for San Miguel County.
Superintendent.
He's the superintendent. Thank you for being here, Ryan, of
Yep.
course. Julie, sounds like
Yeah.
you're gonna lead the conversation. Take it away.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Julie Constant, Region 5 Transportation Director for CDOT. Appreciate your time today. Apologize, we're not there in person today, but it's been a busy year. So we wanted to at least make sure we made some time to catch up with you, even if it's virtually. And good to see Ryan and all your other staff there as well. I'm going to really turn it over to Tim Funk. He's going to give a short presentation. It won't be anything like last year's presentation, but he'll give you a quick update on where we're at with things. And then we want to make sure we have plenty of time for any questions, feedback, concerns, that type of thing for you guys to provide that to us.
Great. And Tim, what is your role at CDOT and your title?
Yeah, I'm Tim Funk. I'm CDOT's regional planner.
Terrific. All right. Well, it sounds like the ball has been passed to you.
Okay, I am sharing my screen. I'm hoping you guys can see it.
Yes, we can, Tim.
Great. Okay, yeah, like Julie said, we like to meet with you guys every year. Last year we were about to kick off our big 5-year planning cycle, where we updated our long-range plan and our 10-year plan. And the purpose of the meeting last year was really trying to prep you guys and your staff. And Mike there in the room participated quite a bit in the process, to get your guys' needs into our next plans and planning documents. Those documents are not quite finalized. They're out for public review, but really the work on your end and on our end is kind of done. So the purpose this year, we really just wanted to hone in on what's going on in San Miguel County specifically, not regionally. First, the presentation will kind of go over our projects in the county, and then probably take about 30 minutes maximum to get through this presentation. And then that'll give us time to hear from you on anything else, anything we didn't touch on. But this presentation is intended to be conversational. So if any time on one of these slides, one of these projects that we're talking about, feel free to jump in, and we can have the conversation during the presentation instead of after. So first we want to talk about the projects that are in San Miguel County that are in the draft long-range plan. Like I said, that's out for public comment right now, but at least as far as the list of priority projects in the plan, that is not going to change. The first one is the Lawson Hill. We also have called that the Meadows Underpass. That's the bike and ped underpass at 145 at Lawson Hill. We think that's going to cost about $4 million. And design of that was funded through a CDOT MMOF. That's the Multimodal Mitigations Options Fund. That's state funds that CDOT distributes to counties, cities, towns for bike and ped projects. But the construction is unfunded. So we recognize that's still a need. And there's some opportunities for the county, Mountain Village, or Telluride to apply for some grants to get it funded. The next one is the Down Valley Connector Trail from Ilium to Placerville. That's another one where MMOF, this one kind of funded a conceptual design. Construction is still unfunded. This will be an expensive project. It'll be about $16.5 million. There's 5 distinct segments that the conceptual design identified, really between Placerville and Saw Pit. And then I think the idea is mostly the Goose could be used from there into town. A couple other projects, a couple new projects that made it onto the long range plan. One of them is passing lanes and pullouts on Highway 62. This would be from Placerville up to the Dallas Divide. Ideally, we'd be able to get some 1 mile passing lanes up and down the hill through there, it would be expensive. It'd be about $36.5 million. So all of the long-range plan projects, there's no funding specifically associated with being on the long-range plan. But it identifies these as regional priorities for when funding becomes available. This photo is of 62. We know that it gets a lot of freight traffic. It gets a lot of RV, slow moving vehicle traffic, and folks trying to pass those slower moving vehicles causes a safety issue. Another new one is a Smart San Miguel, what is that, Area Rapid Transit? You guys probably know the acronym better than me. They are proposing a bus barn in Ilium, a 7,200 square foot building with a covered garage for with 4 bays and some office space. And that would be about $20 million. So that was one they identified, and the regional transportation, the transportation region, the Gunnison Valley transportation region where San Miguel County is located, agreed that was a high priority project. Same with the Highway 62. So some of the projects that were on the draft long range plan have made it to our draft 10-year plan. The 10-year plan, unlike the 25-year long range plan, is fiscally constrained based on our projected revenue over the next 10 years. So these projects we believe are funded with strategic dollars through the 10-year plan. The first one is multimodal improvements in Placerville, Sawpit, Norwood, and Rico. This would be bike and ped and ADA improvements in those communities. This would cost about $4 million. It's funded through the 10-year plan. CDOT also gets annual allotment of ADA funds to apply to locales that we know need upgrades for ADA. Norwood being one of those. That photograph there is in downtown Norwood. You can tell there's a yellow steep curb going to the pedestrian crossing right there, as opposed to a ADA compliant ramp. And then also the town of Rico was able to get a MMOF grant that they contributed to the project. So it's currently in design. We think it'll be advertised next year with construction in 2027.
Before you go on to the next one, Tim.
Yeah.
Mr. Gleason, is this the project that is of most interest to you in Norwood? Is that something different?
Something different. The project I'm envisioning starts at the town boundaries and goes west and east.
It's like a pedestrian and bike trails, right?
Yeah, multimodal pedestrian bike trails to connect to public transportation ports.
Okay, and is that, well, we'll see if that is within any of these plans.
Yeah, it hasn't been formally presented, so I would be surprised if it was. But,
Okay.
Yeah, at this point it's not, but it's good to know, right? We want to know what you guys are thinking are the transportation needs in the county, right? Yeah, the next one is the Ilium Road intersection improvements. This is one that was brought forward. I think this was a high priority for Mountain Village. Mike conveyed this one as a priority of the county to us. We looked at it also, and the 10-year plan projects, all of them really need to meet one of 3 goals, which are to improve safety, to fix it, to fix basically problems with our existing infrastructure, and to provide transportation choice. So that first one, the multimodal improvements, that really hits both the safety and the choice in transportation. And this next one is really a safety issue. That's the Ilium Road intersection there. So at a minimum, we'd be looking at probably A-cell and D-cell lanes in and out of that intersection. That would cost about $6 million. And like I said, we've put it in our proposed draft 10-year plan. So that the 10-year plan will be presented to the Transportation Commission at the end of this year for approval. And at that point, we have $6 million to apply to this project. We do get our 10-year plan dollars per year. So the first 4 years are really addressing existing projects that were in the 10-year plan that have rolled to the next one, such as the the multimodal project there in Placerville, Saw Pit, Norwood, and Rico. The newer projects are coming in at the back end. So this probably wouldn't start happening until 2031 at the earliest. But the first step is to get it identified and get it funded. Another project that was in the last 10-year plan and we'll be rolling forward into the next one as well is bus service between Telluride and Montrose. The scope would be to expand the existing service to 7 days a week and up to 4 trips per day. There's about $2 million identified in the 10-year plan for this project. It's currently delayed because CDOT has had some internal requirements on these transit dollars that requires the strategic funds to go only to capital and not operations. And that's been a hurdle, but we're working regionally to try to see if we can swap some of the money around and get a funding source that wouldn't have that same restriction. But that money is there set aside for this project. So hopefully we can figure it out with SMART. It would be a SMART route. So some upcoming projects. So in addition to our strategic dollars, which is what I've been talking about up to now, CDOT gets money specific for different types of assets. One type is our bridge asset dollars, right? So all of our bridges throughout the state are assessed. And we have 4 bridges in San Miguel and Montrose counties on 145 and 141, where we've identified could use some preventative maintenance. The ones in San Miguel County are on the San Miguel River at milepost 96 and over Goodenough Gulch, which is what's photographed here at milepost 94. So again, this is preventative maintenance. It wouldn't be replacing the bridge. It's more things like just sealing it up. Maybe resurfacing, replacing the railing, things along those lines. This would be a $2 million project for all 4 bridges, currently in design and construction tentative for 2027. And then wanted to talk about a couple projects. Again, these would be asset type projects that we were able to recently complete. The first one was a chain station project. Throughout the region, we did 5 of them. 2 of them were on 145. And it cost about $5 million. The locations on 145 are complete. This was funded with freight dollars. We get money specifically for freight type projects. And it was brought to our attention from the trucking community that they really needed some chain up stations on 145 to get into town. A lot of the freight traffic is coming in before the businesses open, super early in the morning or after they close, to minimize disruptions in business. So that's why those stations are there. That's why they have lighting, is because that's when the freight traffic is utilizing our highway. Another one that we were able to do with asset dollars, we get some money for geohazards. This was the photo, this was before construction, not what it looks like now, of the wall just south of Ophir. It was an old timber wall. As you could tell, it was kind of barely hanging on, and the highway was kind of barely hanging on as a result. So we replaced the wooden walls with new rock walls. That was about $4 million, and that was wrapped up in November of last year. So in addition to the projects that CDOT delivers through our engineering residencies, we also have a lot of pass-through dollars. Some of this is state money, some of it's federal money that we pass through directly to the cities, towns, and counties for projects. One of them was the Appleball Bridge replacement over the San Miguel County. So that was, we have off-system bridge dollars, $2.3 million that went to that project. And yeah, as a county project, you guys probably know more about this than we do, but it's, you know, our understanding is construction's done and just final paperwork on the closeout is the only thing left. Another one is the Lawson Hill Trail. So this would be a bike ped trail on the west side that would connect to that underpass that's hopefully eventually going to come. This was funded through the Federal Transportation Alternatives Program, or TAP. And it was about $100,000. Currently in design, my understanding is target for construction is next year. And two other projects in Norwood that got some of these pass-through dollars. One of them was school sidewalks in Norwood. This was funded through Revitalizing Main Streets grant. Unfortunately, the Revitalizing Main Streets grant program has been eliminated due to budget cuts moving forward. But the projects that got awarded, we still have the money for those. So this is new and or replace sidewalks and ADA ramps in Norwood by the school. It was about $450,000 in design, with construction also next year. And then Norwood was also able to get a smaller grant for a pocket park. That's what's pictured here. And to convert an unused lot into kind of a downtown pocket park and plaza. The Revitalizing Main Streets is another purpose of that, is, you know, economic development. That was $270,000, and my understanding is that one's also in design with construction next year. And then another type of project that we do is our maintenance crews. We'll do some resurfacing on our highways. Those projects by statute have to be relatively small. Any project over $250,000 has to go to the Transportation Commission. And I believe the max is $350,000 that the commission can approve. Any resurfacing project larger than that, we're required to put out to bid like we do our other construction projects. So we've got a few proposed on, or planned, and one on Highway 141. One of them is, they're just north of Egnar. Currently, we think that's going to cost about $260,000, and it's planned for this fiscal year 2026, which we're in now, through June 30th of 2026. So don't know the exact time frame yet on when they'll do that. A lot of it depends on staff availability, whether it'll be done this fall or next spring. Another one on 141 is a chip seal. So if it's a chip seal as opposed to a repavement, we can usually get up to about 5 miles and still be within that cost limit. So in the Gypsum Valley on 141 is about 5-mile chip seal that's also proposed. And then a couple are proposed on, and there's a typo on the cost there, 225, not 2225. So 145 miles 69 to 70, so that's just south of Telluride. We know there's a segment there that needs to be repaved. And then also mile marker 71 to 71 and a half. So that's basically just south of Society Turn, down a half mile. We recognize that pavement needs to be touched up a little bit there too. So those are two more on 145 that we're planning on doing in this fiscal year. And one that was done last year was just south of Egnar on 141. So 141, we were able to do a few years ago a pretty big engineering project from Slick Rock all the way to Natarita, where we resurfaced the whole highway. But from Slick Rock south, we don't get a lot of traffic on that road, and the asset dollars that we get have to be spent in a way that has the highest return for the money. So really our maintenance guys, I think you guys can expect them to be doing small resurfacing projects on 141, kind of from the county line up to Slick Rock, just to kind of keep that segment open. So that's it on the projects. Our maintenance guys, in addition to the surface treatment, that's only about 20% of the work that they do in the county in a given year. So in FY25, we spent about $2 million maintaining the highways in San Miguel County. Almost half of that was winter operations, so that's snow removal, avalanche control, things like that. The surface treatment, the projects like I just mentioned is kind of the next biggest expenditure. Earthwork, that would be slope repairs of our embankment, that would be maintaining our drainage ditches along the highway. Traffic, that would be signs and striping, signals, things like that. And then right-of-way maintenance, that's usually going to be vegetation, that's mowing, trimming, things along those lines. And then the cleanup, a lot of the cleanup is actually rocks that fall on the highway. So a lot of those areas, especially 145 there by Ophir, and along Keystone Hill, a lot of rocks are always falling on the highway, and our guys are always going out there to get them off the road. So that's what falls into that cleanup category. And we can probably expect similar in this fiscal year that we just entered. So that's the presentation. Like I said, really, the other big point of this meeting is to hear from you guys on the needs and other things we should be aware of.
Please, Lance.
Hi, Tim. Thank you. That was really helpful. I've got two questions, clarifying questions, I think, on projects that you mentioned.
Okay.
And one question about kind of philosophical, expeditious best way to proceed. I'll start with the Lawson Hill project, 26003, the path that connects the park and ride lot to the existing bike path for 925K. Thank you. You are quick. And I'm a little unclear what it means when you say in design and construction in 2026. I just want to confirm that my understanding is it seems like that is funded and will be happening? Question mark?
Yeah, I think so, but
Jared,
Jared,
has his hand up too. Would you prefer to speak, Tim, or would you like Jared to jump in?
yeah, I think Jared could probably take this one better than I could.
Thank you.
I agree. Thank you, commissioners. So as of now, we got approval from CDOT to proceed to add. And so it's been a design process that we got to completion at the very end of July. I have been in conversations with our other partners on this project, Lawson Hill POA, to discuss because our engineers' estimates are higher than the amount of grant funding we have to cover this project. So trying to cobble together and make sure we have commitment from Lawson Hill to potentially absorb some cost overruns if they do actually pan out when we go to add. And we are aiming, as Tim mentioned, to be potentially going into construction next April, May kind of time frame. And to your question about is it funded, in my conversations with CDOT thus far, they have said this is a relatively secure bucket that is already appropriated for this purpose. And I asked Tim if there's any other inflection he would like about that. So.
Yeah, I think it is secure. We actually did just find out that our TAP allocations across the entire region, this was one of, I think, 5 projects all got about a similar size award in our region. And across the whole region for the 3-year time frame, it looks like we're about $160,000 short. However, we are about to get our next fiscal year's allocation, which is 27. And what we've talked about internally is just backfilling, using that 27 money to backfill this bucket. So I think it is secure. I think there's also enough other projects that are further behind you guys that they would be the ones that would probably worry about a shortfall. We really are encouraging, we don't like to sit on any of these dollars because the longer we sit on them, the more likely they could get clawed back. So any project, assuming you guys are still on the schedule that Jared just described, I don't think there's any risk to the county that you wouldn't have all of the TAP money that was awarded.
Thanks, Tim. If I have any other questions, I'll follow up with Jared. It seems like you guys are in close contact. My second question is regarding the Ilium intersection improvements, project number 3123 for 5.7 mil projected to happen in 2031. And as you know, there is talk of development in Ilium Valley for community housing. The first phase, as I understand it, is not going to trigger the necessity for improvements at that intersection, but future phases probably will. Is that your take? Is that your understanding? I see Julie just unmuted.
Yeah, Jennifer and I met a couple of weeks ago with name is escaping me. Drew Nelson, I think, in regards to those proposals there. And Jen, do you recall from our conversation, she was going to be looking at traffic impact studies and figuring out how we work through this as a team?
Yeah, so I never received a traffic impact study for that location. But their first step would be to start an access permit process, and that would kick off the need for the traffic impact study. And then, as Drew was kind of asking, the phasing that we would see throughout all those developments. And that traffic impact study should show at which phase what is triggered. So, i.e., if phase 1 triggers aux lanes, we would know that. And then phase 3 maybe is as big as a signal. So we did discuss that. I haven't received a traffic impact study yet. And I did reach out to my permits manager, and she is not aware of any active permits in this area. So I would just put it out there that maybe the first step is to kind of contact my access manager, and we start that permit process, and we can start looking into that.
Thank you. And I don't believe that you'll find any permits pulled yet, because this is still a discussion at the regional level with the commissioners, the Mountain Village, and other partners. So don't rack your brain in the files yet.
Okay.
But thank you for that assistance in understanding how the process will work if there is a permit ever requested. Can I go for 2 more?
Just a follow-up on
Yes.
that one. So you mentioned, Tim, 3 different projects in the draft 10-year plan, including the Ilium Road intersection. And are you clear that of those 3 projects, my understanding is that would be the one that is the county's priority? Do I have that right, Mike? Is that what we've expressed?
We originally in the 10-year plan, I understood through the GBTPR process, Tim, that we had the Meadows Underpass and Down Valley Connector Trail. Those were, and the Ilium intersection were our 3. At the last GBTPR, I heard that the Ilium intersection was selected as the sole one in the 10-year plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. You guys had several, I think actually there's 5 going back up to the long range plan. So the Lawson Hill Underpass, the Down Valley Connector, both of these 2 projects, the passing lanes, the bus barn, the 2. So actually, I think there's 7 projects in the long range plan that were county priorities, right?
Correct.
Those projects are kind of, it's really up to CDOT. We kind of helped drive the process with some data on these projects. But they were selected by the TPR and approved by the TPR to be on the long range plan. The next step is then CDOT looking at the dollars we are going to have over the next 10 years and selecting projects that we think will get us, of those 7 overall, that will kind of give us help us achieve our goals internally, which are safety being really the number 1 goal, right? Unfortunately, going back to the ones that were unfunded, we didn't have enough money to do the Down Valley Connector, right? That's 16.6 million. We probably could have done the Lawson Hill Underpass as opposed to the Ilium intersection. But we were looking at, hopefully there's other ways to get that underpass funded, right? For example, there's going to be another call for the Transportation Alternatives Program, hopefully early next year. That's something we would encourage the county and or Mountain Village, whoever it makes sense to be the lead on that project to apply for that project. We thought there was a good chance we could get money for that underpass through other means, whereas this intersection, it doesn't meet the safety warrants to get us safety dollars, right? We do get safety dollars as an asset, but they have to meet a certain warrant before we can spend the money, say for a signal or other thing along those lines. So sometimes we get these problematic intersections that we just intuitively know are a problem, but don't have the safety data to indicate that we can apply federal or state formula funds to those projects. And that's why we picked the Ilium Road intersection project. Is we thought it was the priority that would be hard to fund otherwise. And therefore these strategic dollars made sense to put at that project.
And another thing to note on our strategic dollars, previously we were getting around $195 to $200 million to play with over a 4-year window. And with all the reductions that the state is seeing, along with all of our locals, we know we're not alone in our reductions. We've now been cut down to about 70 million. So priority number one, as we were looking at our projects on the 10-year plan, was to keep the projects that were currently on the plan, like the 145 multimodal improvements that we have done design. We've been doing design work. We've been making efforts on to keep those moving forward. And then for those out years, which I believe the Ilium Road intersection is in the out year, we have 103 million to play with that we have to spread around to 15 counties across all of Region 5. So it's not a ton of money to play with. So we're put in that position where we have to be that much more strategic. Knowing there is a lot of work going on at the Ilium Road intersection area, and we've heard from the county for a long time that they would like to see some acceleration and decelerations lanes there, it felt like a good fit from both the safety side as well as those local community efforts going on, and really looking closely at our strategic needs to go ahead and prioritize the Ilium Road intersection over the Down Valley trails, if that makes sense.
Yes. So just to cut to the core of it, it sounds like within the 10-year plan, assuming I understand it's a draft, assuming it's approved and moves forward, the Highway 145 multimodal improvements will come first. That will happen in 2027. And then after that, you understand that our priority is that Ilium Road intersection?
Yep, we do.
Okay, and then the bus service would be after that?
Right.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know you have I have some further questions about this intersection. 1, 2 are, where did the 5.7, because I thought previously we had set, put in a significantly higher cost for that intersection, and knowing 6 years out that cost is going to be substantially higher, is there any potential escalation in allocated CDOT funding when it comes construction time?
So the cost was from our traffic and safety engineers looked at it, and that was the cost they gave us. And then we added a 10%, knowing that we would be 5 years out before we could get to it. We added 10% to that to account for it. And that's how we landed on the 5.7.
Okay, so that 5.7 is the anticipated future cost of the improvement.
That's right.
I also heard you mention the word signal. And as you know, there are no traffic lights in San Miguel County. And I know that that's a fairly big thing for some of the community and potentially for the commissioners. Is it anticipated that would be a signaled intersection, would be the first signaled intersection in this county?
Do you want to jump on that, Jen, if you're available?
I don't, so a signal would have to be warranted. So there's NUTCD has an outline of data that we look at for warrants, and we would probably run through that warrant process to see this is warranted. And if it does, we would bring it to the county and let them know. At this point, I don't know. And what did you say, Tim? This is 5-10 years down the road?
6.
Yeah. 5.
Okay. So I don't know how close we are, because we don't run those unless we think it's a necessary thing. But short story is we would reach out if there was a signal, or if this was an option for a signal.
Thank you.
And if it was warranted for a signal, we could bring safety signal dollars to supplement it if that costs more, right? So I think
Correct.
5.7, it assumes that it will not meet the warrants by the time we get there, and then at least we can do the A-cell and D-cell lanes.
But it's sounding like the county would prefer that we don't actually put a signal in there and look at other alternatives. Is that what I'm
Yeah.
hearing?
I think that's a conversation a future board would like to have before any decision is made. I know we've chosen to supplement funds and have roundabouts where possible, but it'll depend on the county and the community's consensus at that point.
Yeah, as we start working on that, we'll make sure to have lots of conversations.
Thank you.
And the traffic.
Galina?
You mentioned that traffic input study would be the trigger for looking into eventually implementing that Ilium Road intersection improvement. Could you give me an idea of like what the threshold is there for like as far as traffic impact and what would actually trigger that project starting to get done? Apologies, I'm a new commissioner. I just want to understand kind of what this would look like on our end from planning. And if that question didn't make sense, let me know and I can try to rephrase.
Are you speaking specifically about the signal warrant? Or
I'm thinking about the acceleration and deceleration lanes and this potential development going in, which has been, and this is all, you know, in the planning process, not design phase, but they're talking about 70 to 100 home units, single and multifamily units. And when that traffic input study is triggered, basically, I'm wondering if that development is built, is that going to trigger this intersection improvement, or is that going to come later with a bigger development? I'm just trying to envision this and the impact to our already pretty congested traffic in that area.
So that would be the benefit of getting a traffic impact study for this location as you guys develop, as developers come in and impact this this intersection with development. Those traffic impact studies would tell us, hey, these 70 units trigger an A-cell lane and it needs to be this long and so on based on the roadway and the volume of traffic that is added to that intersection, if that helps answer your question. So that's an unknown at this point. But as we understand and as you all kind of come down to what you're going to develop back there, get with my permits team and we can start looking at that and going through the permit process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and if I could just clarify a little bit of that, right? So we recognize this intersection's got a lot of moving pieces, right? I mean, there's not only the existing need, there's an existing, you know, in our own plan here, the 10-year, the long-range plan, you know, we've identified that SMART could put a facility down there. So our 10-year plan project is kind of based on what CDOT is proposing, right? And what CDOT wants to see happen. That could change with private development coming in. So the first step is that as every private development gets proposed, they would request a access permit. Depending on the significance of the development, that would trigger the traffic study that Jen is talking about. And it's possible that through the private development that a developer may have to pay to install these A-cell, D-cell lanes and not CDOT. And by the time our project comes in 2031, we might be looking at a different fix with this $5.7 million. But we, in our planning, can't really bank on the private development community, what they're going to do and not going to do. We're just looking at it. Okay, we know there's a need here. We know we're going to get this limited amount of money. We know this intersection is going to need something in the next 10 years. So let's get a placeholder in there. And that's kind of what we have here is this 5.7 in a way is kind of a placeholder because we do anticipate private development is going to come in and could change the needs and the private developers could end up paying for some of this. And at that point, maybe we look at something bigger by the time a CDOT improvement comes along. But yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces and we'll just have to deal with it one step at a time. as the private developments get proposed. If none get proposed other than the bus barn that we know about, which CDOT would hopefully help facilitate, then we would just do this project with the ACL decel lanes, kind of independent of the development that might or might not happen.
Thanks. That's really helpful.
Sorry to keep digging in on this one topic, but you can tell it's of great interest to all of us.
Yeah, sure.
I keep hearing very mixed stories or different stories about the current condition of that intersection, and what you just said suggests to me that you recognize that it needs some safety improvements or will by 2031. Is there some sort of a rating or something that you give that intersection, and where, if so, where does it stand currently?
Gosh, we looked at this when it was proposed. It actually doesn't rate that badly because the data is not there, right?
Okay.
That there's not been a lot of accident data there. However, intuitively, just like you guys that have been through there, we recognize that this is an issue, at least, sight lines and things like that, the lack of the ACell and decel. And therefore, that's why we think it's a good fit for these strategic dollars, is because it doesn't necessarily check the box of a high accident location where we could bring in safety dollars.
That's really helpful. Thank you. All right, anything else on the Ilium intersection? We beat that one to death, although that's all not very helpful. Lance, you had more questions?
I have one more question, and it was also an intersection question. This one is relating to Society Turn and the potential construction of a medical center out at that location. I just wanted to confirm that you have approved an access permit with the Genesee owner, and that is completed at your end, or where does that conversation sit?
I would have to check with my permits manager, Lance. I am not sure where we're at with that one, but they have been in contact. I'd have to check with her. What I'll do is I'll chat her right now, and if I get an answer before we leave, I'll let you all know. And if not, we can follow up.
Thanks, Jennifer. And like the,
Are you moving on from that?
nope, I'm going to stick with that for just a moment.
Yep.
Much like our discussion of the Ilium intersection, this project not only has yet to get final plat approval, but we anticipate a request for that here shortly. But also has phases, and I believe Julie has had a conversation with one of the HOA presidents directly across the street from this potential new addition to Highway 145, this new input for traffic. And the conversation, as I understood it, was about the wisdom of trying to do all the construction for the entire future development in one go and reduce the amount of time that the road would be closed. I think that the response I just heard in regard to the Ilium is probably applicable in this as well, which is that you don't pre-build, you wait until there's actual impact, which makes perfect sense.
Yes, that is correct. And Jen can correct me if I'm wrong, because I think we've both talked to the HOA president there, and we've looked at, could we restripe? Would he have enough asphalt to do much with? And unfortunately, we won't. It's a very kind of narrow, tricky area. So if the HOA is really wanting to do improvements there, the funding's going to have to come from them, working with the Genesee group over on the other side of the highway to bring something together.
Thank you, Julie. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And just in terms, we'll look forward to hearing whether that access has been approved, but that is also a very high priority for the county. The medical center has been waiting for, I would say, years now, to kind of kick off their real planning, their hardcore planning on that, and isn't ready to do that until the PUD is approved, and we can't approve the PUD until that CDOT access is granted. So just really emphasizing the importance of that and hoping that that is at the top of everybody's list.
And I know within the last few weeks, our permits team did have a meeting or conversation, I think, with the consultants involved on some questions on the plan. So I know we're doing everything we can on our end to try and keep this moving as fast as we can.
Thank you so much, Julie. Anything else about the Genesee Society turn? Other comments?
Not on that.
Kalina, anything else?
I just want, because I mentioned this earlier, this very conceptual in its infancy of a concept plan for idea of a multimodal trail on 145 connecting auxiliary neighborhoods on Wrights Mesa to the town core of Norwood. Our natural resources director applied for an SS4A grant for feasibility study for that kind of a multimodal trail. So just wanted to let you all know it's in an exploration phase, and you may see it presented in the coming years as a potential long-term plan. But just wanted to just like put that on your radar as a multimodal trail that would also serve as like safe access to schools and connectivity to public transport, as well as recreation and connectivity to the town center of Norwood.
Yeah, that's awesome. Did they apply for it or did they get the grant? I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
We've applied for it. We
Okay,
haven't
okay.
heard yet whether we're awarded that grant. So very much in its beginning infancy
Yeah.
stages.
Okay.
Kalina, would that grant cover the full cost of the project?
No,
Yeah.
no, it's just for feasibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I have a couple of questions. We have concerns about, I guess, geohazard concerns about the safety of both Keystone Hill and Norwood Hill. As you know, there's a lot of rock fall that comes through, and it feels like, particularly, I mean, I know more about the Keystone Hill myself because I live on this end of the county, but I mean, significant sized rocks fall, and we just feel like our commuters are dodging those rocks, and you know, we've been lucky so far, but I don't think we can count on luck to keep people safe. And so I'm just wondering what CDOT's you know, view is of those two hills and the geohazards there.
Yeah,
So
do
I
we
know
have-
our headquarters team has been working on this. Sorry, Tim.
Yeah, no, I didn't know if Kevin was on.
Kevin's not on. He's on
Okay.
leave. But Mike or Vance, have you been involved with conversations with Kevin's and our headquarters geo teams taking a look at these places?
Are you talking to me, Mike?
Oh,
Oh, Mike Watson, sorry.
Julie, this is Vance. Yes, and we do have another meeting. You know, there was two studies, what was that, 2 years ago, where we had one on Highway 550 and the other one was 145. Looking at all the rockfall projects. And Norwood Hill is in my area, and that's on the list, and we have a meeting about it here today in a little while. So
Great.
that's good to news, Vance. And that's for, so would you say, when you say Highway 145, I guess you said all along Highway 145, so that would include Keystone as well as Norwood?
yes, correct.
Oh, that's encouraging. So knowing that those meetings are happening, what does that mean in terms of timing for the next steps or moving these forward?
They're still going, it's still like in a planning process. Selecting the worst sites from their surveys.
Okay, and once those sites are selected, when would what's the potential time that they would be remediated?
I am not sure. I would say it would probably be in the next year or so.
That they would actually, that the work would be done?
It would, yes, it'd get it at least started.
That's encouraging.
I'm pulling up some sites. Lots of sites from Ophir clear to Norwood Hill. A lot of sites around mile marker 73, which is the canyon in between Telluride and the intersection with 62.
That's Keystone Hill.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of Keystone and
That's encouraging. Is there a reason that that wasn't mentioned in Tim's sort of overview of future projects? Is that because it's just a totally different bucket?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So you guys, Mike Bordoni brought that to our attention with the long range plan. And whether we should consider this for 10-year plan dollars. I got with our geohazards team, the same folks that Vance has been meeting with, to discuss specifically Keystone and Norwood Hills. And they basically described what Vance did, is that they're gonna do the meetings and the surveys this year to figure out the worst locations that need remediation. And then headquarters, there's a geohazard kind of bucket of money that could pay for these remediations if those locations are decided to be the worst ones. And we anticipate there will certainly be locations on 145 that get selected and then worked on. And when those are known for sure, so hopefully next year when we have this meeting, we'll know the locations, mile markers that are proposed to be worked on, and then the actual schedule. But yeah, hopefully the planning would be this year, probably design next year, and then maybe construction the year after that. And just knowing that Keystone and Norwood have some really bad spots, they have to do this is like a lot of our asset dollars, it's formula based. We get so much, and then they have to go into, the studies have to determine which locations are the highest risk, and we have to spend the money there first. But just intuitively, we kind of think Keystone and Norwood are going to end up as the worst ones, right? And therefore, hopefully, those will get selected to be funded and fixed.
Thank you. Galina.
So within this formula based, I'm sure like traffic impacts have a lot to do with that, i.e. like number of people traveling on the roads daily. And I just wanted to bring something to your attention, a potentially fairly large project coming down the pipe, which will increase traffic on 145. So there's a hotel development occurring in Mountain Village, and the workforce is aimed to be located outside of San Miguel County in West Montrose County. So we're looking at potentially 400 or so workers traveling from the very west end of Montrose County up to Mountain Village daily. And so that's going to be increased traffic for at least 3 or 4 years. And I just thought it worth mentioning that should probably be taken into consideration of just more traffic impacts and people traveling along those roadways, Norwood Hill and Keystone Hill. So Vance, if you want to include that in your conversation you're having, that I think that's would be worthwhile to bring up.
And we'll make sure after this meeting and Vance's meeting, as we have a better idea of when improvements will be made and exactly where and timeline, that we follow back up with you, since it's not really currently in the region's list of projects.
Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, first I wanted to just thank Julie for her responsiveness. Julie, you've been an amazing partner. I am a little frustrated though, because I know that we discussed these 2 hills last year at our annual meeting, and we were told at that time that over the next year, the safety crew would be evaluating and looking at the most dangerous spots. We've seen a dramatic increase over the past 2 years in the numbers and size of rocks coming down, in particular on Keystone Hill. Norwood Hill, from my observation, has stayed pretty statically bad with, bulk baby head sized rocks rolling down to it almost every day. But the size of the rocks that are cratering into Keystone Hill, if they were to land on a car, would kill people or entire groups of people. And we're now seeing a queuing effect of traffic that traffic is only getting worse in the singular ingress and egress into the Telluride Mountain Village area. And when I'm stopped, I drive this every morning and I'm often stopped on that and I'm praying that my entire family is not killed by the next boulder that comes down. And we've been so incredibly lucky, but I can't underscore enough how much of an imminent threat and danger this is. And I don't think we can keep waiting and hearing that it's going to occur next year. So I want to raise this as an extremely high priority. And I understand that it is not going to be an easy solution, but it used to be 2 or 3 areas on Keystone Hill. Now there's about 6 or 7 different areas where large boulders are coming down. And until we can do some sort of geonetting or fencing or barriers, somebody's eventually going to get killed. And I hope it doesn't happen, but it's just a matter of time. And I don't think we can wait.
Julie, I'll back Mike up with firsthand observation. I was driving down Keystone with my 8-year-old daughter, and we encountered a rock the size of a VW bus in the middle of the road, and we were able to navigate around it, but it was definitely a surprise. I think that I don't travel that road as frequently as many, but I did have one large stone interaction that was exciting. So,
And I'll just
use
follow.
Mike's words.
I'll follow up on that because I live in Norwood and travel to Telluride almost daily. And I mean, when I drive Norwood Hill every day, I literally have my eyes looking up the hill while I'm driving down or up the hill to anticipate rockfall when it happens. I mean, I dodge rockfall. This is not being dramatic, like every other day, and I've had rocks hit my car. It's extremely dangerous. And just the observations I've made as a commuter, really, I'd like to just echo Mike's sentiments that we've been very lucky, but there's some boulders and large rocks hanging on both those sections of highway that are they're hanging by pieces of clay and rocks, and it's extremely dangerous, and I really hope it gets prioritized.
Yeah, and I think that you mentioned Vance, that a study was done 2 years ago. I mean, as Mike mentioned, this gets worse and worse every year because we have those micro bursts of rain showers that then kind of reset the land, and it gets worse and worse. So is there any way that you guys could accelerate this and potentially do construction in 2026 rather than 2027? That's 2 years from now, and but between now and then there will be hundreds of rockfall.
We will follow up with the geohazard team and get a status on everything and get an idea of how priorities are shaping out and let them know what we're hearing from you guys with the concerns and the hazards that you guys are encountering, and see what we can do.
Thank you, Julie.
Yep.
Okay, anything else on Keystone and Norwood Hill? My next question is, I imagine your team or somebody on this call is familiar with the housing project that we are working on at the Deep Creek shops on our adjacent properties. And we are so excited to partner with CDOT on that. The current kind of holdup is our MOU that has been in the hands of someone at CDOT for, I believe, a number of months now. Are we getting to months? Are we still on weeks?
I believe, just for these purposes, that MOU has at least been, and Julie, you're going to roll your eyes probably because it's your controller's office, for a couple months now. And we're just waiting anxiously to hear back. So.
And, we definitely want this to be a partnership. There's so many benefits to that, in terms of highest and best use of the 2 sites and everybody needing housing for our crews. But it's, we need CDOT to, prioritize this again, at least the controller's office, if we are going to move forward together. So how can we nudge that one along?
So that one just came across my desk on Friday, August 29th, so last Friday. Our Attorney General is taking a look at it. I took a look at it and didn't have any issues. So I will nudge David Fox back again to see, he's out of town this whole week. But to see back again how quickly we can keep this one moving to understanding, yeah, we've been talking about it for a very long time.
So that means it probably came out of the controller's office. Is that right? If it got to you?
Yes, most likely it came out of the controller's office, came to myself and our Attorney General representative. And then if we don't make any tweaks or adjustments to it, I'm assuming we would be pretty darn close, but I need to confirm that the controller's office is okay with it.
That's great. Okay, thank you. We'll wait for or hope for a maybe a touch base or a report back on that as well. Thank you so much.
Yep.
I have one more question, and then I imagine there may be others, but we meet biannually in each of our kind of different regional communities. So we go to Agnar, we being the BOCC, we go to Agnar twice a year, we go to Norwood at least twice a year, depending what's happening, and then also Placerville. And when we go to Placerville, you know, that community is all along Highway 145. We get a lot of questions about CDOT and, you know, about the highway, which we can't really address. And I was wondering if it would be possible to get somebody from CDOT to attend our next meeting down there, just so that, because you would be more prepared to field those questions than we are, and then we don't have to be the go-between. Would that be okay?
And I'll just weigh in and say in person would be wonderful, but we do have technology to have a virtual attendance.
Yeah, I'd be happy to join.
Oh, thank you, Tim.
Yeah, feel free
That would
to
be great.
feel free to email me. Yep.
Okay, Carmen, could you let Tim know when we're next scheduled in Placerville? And it's a tentative schedule, just because we have to, as we get closer, we see who's really available and so forth. But maybe Carmen will give you that address and then, or the date, and then you can at least pencil it in.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, include me on that as well, Tony, Katie, and then if Tim can't attend for any reason, I can. So
Thanks,
someone
Tony.
from our staff will be there. Yeah.
Thank you. Lena? Oh, I just wanted to pass this over to you. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
That was actually my question that I had queued up. Yeah, so thank you for asking it.
Okay. Former Placerville resident here. Alrighty. I think that those looks like our questions. I'm looking around the room. We haven't heard from Ryan though, our road and bridge superintendent. You're quite
Nothing
closely.
really, yeah, nothing really to add. I'm just taking notes and
All right.
keeping up with all of our past discussions and where we're at.
Okay. Great. Well, anything else on your side, CDOT?
I do have the update on that permit that you guys were asking about for the medical facility.
Yes.
It looks like it is in plan review, and what that means is their construction plans for the highway improvements are being reviewed by the permit staff. Oftentimes we review it, we comment, and then the engineer addresses the comments, and then that's a back and forth. So I believe this is their second time. And we should be sending comments out by 9/17 because we have to have all the specialty units look at it. So that's a good point, and it means that you're getting close to full notice to proceed and ready to construct.
Okay, so just to clarify, you expect CDOT comments will be issued by September 17th?
Correct.
Okay, and then what happens after that?
The comments go back to the engineer, and the engineer should address them all. If they're all addressed, they'll resubmit the plans, and then CDOT will approve them. And then after that, they'll ask for a notice to proceed. And then after that's requested, we'll do a pre-con, ask for insurance, MHTs, and then it's a pretty much go for construction once we get all that.
So it sounds like progress is being made. There were a lot of steps you just mentioned, though. How long would you anticipate those taking?
Generally, after the plan review, it's a pretty quick turnaround. The plan review is the longest process, I would say, out of the whole permit process, that and the traffic impact study reviews. Because it is those two are both back and forth of CDOT providing comments and then the engineer coming back and addressing those. So if this round of comments gets addressed by the engineer, hopefully we can move on quickly to the next steps.
And then how long would you anticipate those additional steps taking?
If the contractor or if the team is on it, generally it's less than a month to get the notice to proceed, the MHTs and all the other stuff in line. Those are generally pretty quick.
Okay,
Maybe.
so once the engineer for Genesee responds, it could be as quick as a month?
Yeah, as long as the MHTs and everything else is set up. Yeah.
Okay.
The next couple of steps, hopefully. Yeah. And that's fairly fast, but we've had some really fast ones in the past.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thanks for checking on that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you. I know we ran over our allotted 50 minutes, but having these meetings annually is obviously there's a lot to cover, but we really appreciate everybody on your team being with us, being available to answer all those questions and taking the time that we needed. And I'm sorry we said this is a priority about 16 times, but I think that we've identified priorities in different buckets, if you will, so or different areas. So hopefully those can be addressed.
Yeah, thanks so much, y'all, for taking the time to talk to us. We will send a follow-up letter, just kind of documenting everything we talked about in writing for your guys' reference. And hopefully we'll have one thing I don't feel that we've answered satisfactory, that I think we have the information at CDOT, just not on this call because it's handled out of headquarters, is the geohazard information. So we'll make sure we provide a firm schedule, but I'm actually been chatting with some folks. I think with this, we may already have the sites selected, which means that step is done. And at that point, it might be moving faster than I originally.
Okay, great.
But that'll be, we'll provide that in writing. So you guys know exactly how to prepare.
Thank you so much, Tim. And everybody else. Oh, thank you also for the work you're doing around Lawson Hill entrance and Mountain Village entrance. Those were in dire need and they're looking great. All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank
We
you
had
all.
a 10:40 agenda item, which we are obviously late for. I see a member of the public who I know is here to address that, so I don't want to shift anything around. Are we guys okay just sort of plodding through? Even though we're late, or is there a suggestion for a reorg here of the agenda?
Yeah.
And is Stephanie here for item 70 as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
It is 11 o'clock, so yeah,
I suggest that we proceed with 7D because we do have folks on, and
Yeah.
then depending on how we do, aim for 11:25 to keep that CBOE hearing.
yeah.
Because I think there'll be someone calling in from far away, and then we can go back to E and F.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good idea. Jared, do you know if anyone plans to attend from prime time?
I have not heard. I did get an email last night, but no indication of attendance.
It's okay.
And 7F about the ballot measures can be flexible.
Sure, we can
So,
move that
yeah.
up to later this afternoon.
Yep.
Well, let's see. I would like to suggest a 7-minute break to take us back to 11:10, just so we can all stretch our legs and whatever else we need to do. And then we'll come back. Again, apologies to folks who are here for the TMVOA matter, but we'll address that at 11:10. And then unless actually, Carmen, is it possible for you to reach out to Melissa and let her know that we're running late, or maybe even just check if she plans to attend? That would be great. And then we'll know what to do with that item. But I agree, Lance, let's make sure we hit 11:25 for the CBOE hearing or supposed to. I just saw that.
Yes.
Mrs.
Got a new name.
Oh, this is Boylan. This is Boylan. I love it. For all those who aren't aware, Maura got married on Saturday, our county attorney. So she is no longer Maura Fahey, she's Maura Boylan. Yay. Okay.
Unofficially official.
Unofficially official. You have some paperwork to do.
Yeah.
All righty. We will be back at 11:10 Mountain Time. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was trying to.
Can you guys hear me?
For matters,
there.
matters, we could do 7F. How's that sound?
Did you guys, this is Stephanie Thanos. You guys were trying to unmute me. Yeah, but you guys were muted on my end.
Okay, thanks, Stephanie. We're not quite started yet. Can you
Okay,
hear us
okay.
okay now?
Yeah, yes, I
Okay,
can.
okay, great. So Ryan, is that okay? So
We'll text you whenever we.
it's gonna be
Hammer it down.
it's gonna be mid-afternoon
Yeah, that's fine.
before, but that's good to know that you want to obviously be here for that. And then we'll roll right into manager matters.
If you're staying.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run upstairs and.
Or mine.
Yeah.
Ryan, if you need an office, you can use the commissioners.
Or mine.
We're
or
all
Mike's.
offering them. We're so
Okay.
generous.
All right, San Miguel County, it is 11:12 a.m. and we are resuming our regular meeting on Wednesday, September 7th. We are a bit behind on our agenda, given a robust conversation with CDOT. We are moving on now to item 7D, which we had intended for 11:40. After this, we will jump very likely to item 7G, the CBOE hearing, and have to get back to E and F. So item 7D is consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2025-25, consenting to certain amendments to the general declaration of the Telluride Mountain Village Owners Association. Maura, Mrs. Boylan.
Morning.
I'm going to let you take this.
All right. I will give a general overview and then Stephanie is available to answer any more specific questions that the commissioners might have about the proposed changes to the declaration.
Okay, and just for those of you online, we also have a Mountain Village resident here who I would like to speak. So we'll go to Maura and then Stephanie and commissioner questions and all that kind of thing, staff questions, and then we will hear from the public.
All right, so before the commissioners is several specific proposed revisions to the general declaration for the Telluride Mountain Village Owners Association, which is an owners association that includes almost every property within the Mountain Village. And the reason, so the proposed changes, there are certain revisions that require the county's consent. And those provisions are highlighted in blue in the 2002 General Declaration markup that's included in the packet. And the reason why the county's consent is required for those revisions is as part of the 1999 settlement agreement with the county in the litigation that was initiated over the formation of the town of Mountain Village. And these specific changes are being proposed and implemented as a result of a separate settlement agreement that was reached in 2023 through litigation that was brought by certain members of TMVOA and was later joined by the town of Mountain Village. And that the outcome of that settlement required certain revisions to be made to the declaration, as well as the articles and bylaws governing TMVOA. Those changes to the articles and the bylaws are not before the board. We are only looking at specific changes to the declaration that require the county's consent. And I'll give a high level overview of those changes. So there are several definitional changes. The definition of purchaser is being substituted for transferee. And then the definition of site is one of the primary revisions. That definition is being changed to define a site based on ownership rather than including leases and density, zone density. So a site is now just defined based on ownership of a unit. And Stephanie can probably speak more to that. And then the definition of the town of Mountain Village is being revised to be based on the legal description of the town boundaries. And then there are also, I think the biggest set of changes is to section 5 of the general declaration, which are the provisions governing the real estate transfer assessment. And there's a red line of those changes that's also been provided in the packet. And then finally, a few just attaching exhibits that were referenced in the original declaration, but were never actually included there. So those are the same documents that existed initially, but are just now actually being attached to the declaration. I did discuss these changes with the attorney for the town in Mountain Village, just to try and get an understanding of what the town was thinking about these proposals, and they communicated to me that these changes are consistent with the 2023 settlement agreement. And the town council did approve its consent to the amendments at its August 21st meeting.
Okay, that's it from you at this point, Maura?
Yeah.
I have a question. I've been reading in the paper and seeing ads and so forth about an election, a TMVOA election or a vote, and have tried to kind of wrap my head around it. Anyway, does this, what is before us today, is that at all related to the election or the vote by the TMVOA members?
I think Stephanie could probably answer that more
Sure.
coherently than I can.
Sure. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so as Maura indicated, there was a settlement agreement reached in the litigation that was brought by Friends of TMVOA and then joined by the town. And that settlement agreement was executed in May of 2023. And that settlement agreement provided for amendments to the TMVOA governing documents. And so the election that Commissioner Brown is referring to is the election that implemented the amendments to the governing documents provided for under the settlement agreement. So that election concluded, it was by written ballot, and it was concluded on July the 28th. All of the governing documents that were submitted for approval to the members were approved by the members. We have a little bit of a tweak here with regards to the amendments to the declaration. The amendments to the declaration were overwhelmingly approved by the members in the vote, but there's a Kiowa provision that has a higher voting requirement for declaration amendments, and we were 83 votes short of achieving that threshold. So we have to now go through a court petition process to approve the amendments to the declaration. But the amendments to the declaration that you are reviewing to provide your consent to are the amendments approved by the members that will go through the petition process. Did that help or provide more confusion?
It definitely helped, except I don't understand the last part. So I followed you up to the point where you said the amendments to the declaration had a higher threshold for passing or for achieving voter approval, and you were 83 votes short of that. Is that right?
That is correct. And so that's a.
Wait, let me just keep going, because I think I follow even a little bit more. And so therefore, and I know you're representing TMVOA. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
So then TMVOA, the board, has decided to try to get that those declaration amendments approved, even though they didn't meet the threshold. You're going to court to see if the court will allow those to go through. Is that right?
Yes, there's a statutory provision. So the initial threshold that I referenced is a threshold set forth in Kiowa, the Colorado Common Interest Ownership Act, which provides for that initial threshold, but that same statute provides that if you don't meet that threshold, but you meet a different threshold, then you can go through a petition process to the court to seek approval of those amendments that fell short of the initial statutory threshold.
Understood. Okay. Was there anything else that you were conveying that I missed at the end
Nope.
there? That was it, okay.
Yep, that's it.
Is everybody clear on that?
I just
Oh.
want to confirm that Stephanie, this is Lance, hi. That.
Hello?
Hello, this is Lance Waring. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. I wanted to confirm my understanding that we are being asked to approve changes to the declaration that will then go to the court for under a petition, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So,
And it's only very specific provisions in the declaration, as Maura indicated, are actually referenced in the declaration that came out of the 1999 settlement agreement between the town and the county regarding the incorporation of the town.
oh, that makes sense. Stephanie, so I'm looking at a red line, which is actually printed out as a green line for me. To what I believe, yes, to the declarations, just sections that are being adjusted. I'm sure you're familiar with that document. So are these the changes that to the declarations that the voters did not pass, but the TMBOA is petitioning the process? It's this specific, I'm showing it, document that was not approved by the voters, but is going to court for approval that we are being asked to approve?
I cannot tell what you're looking at,
Sorry.
Anne, so I don't know.
I
So-
can help answer that, I think.
Okay, Maura.
So so if you, in the packet, so there's the resolution, then there's a document, 2002 General Declaration markup, which has the green and blue highlighting. That document shows all of the provisions that require county consent, and there are some that are being amended in addition to that red line, green line that you have, Commissioner Brown. That red line is just to show the detail of Section 5, because that section was heavily amended. The other revisions are shown in that 2002 document, kind of with red comments
I saw
on
those.
each section as they're being amended.
Okay. All right. So together, if we looked at, I'm looking now at the names of the documents, the 2002 General Declaration markup, town, county. If we look at that together with the red line of Section 5 General Declaration, that's what we're being asked to approve. And those are the changes to the decks that the voters didn't approve, but TMVOA will use this other statutory process, or intends to use this other statutory process to approve. Is that correct?
Well, let me just make it a little bit more confusing for you, because you should have another document that is the 2025 amended and restated General Declaration.
Yep.
And that is also marked up to show the provisions that you are being requested to provide your consent to, as they've been revised in the 2025 amended and restated General Declaration. That was approved by the members, but fell short by 83 votes of the statutory threshold. So they were approved by the members in the election that was just held, but the number of votes fell short of the statutory threshold. So the 2025 document is what was approved and is what will be submitted to the court for the petition process.
Okay, but I don't understand the
Relationship between.
how can it be approved but also fall short? So was it a majority voted in favor, but we fell 83 votes short?
Yes. So the Kiowa provides that when you amend a declaration, that you need to achieve more than 50% affirmative votes of the total votes available within the association.
Not enough people.
That number was 1,564 affirmative votes. The result of the vote that concluded on July 28th was 1,431 affirmative votes, and there was like 341 no votes. So as the election results provide, the members did overwhelmingly approve these amendments, but the statute then overlays that to say, well, you didn't quite meet the statutory threshold. So now you have to go through this other statutory provision to get those amendments approved by the court, because the statute recognizes that particularly in large associations, that threshold is hard to achieve. So they provide this petition process.
So essentially, you didn't get enough voter turnout to approve this amended document.
Well, we received enough votes that were cast, but we didn't receive enough affirmative votes out of those votes that were cast to achieve that. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, it really is a function of voter turnout at the end of the day.
So that 341, that's referring to no votes?
Correct.
Understand that correctly?
And I'm going to pull up, make sure that my numbers are absolutely specifically right. So let me just hold on one second. I'm going to give you exact numbers because I want to make sure
while you do that, I'm going to interrupt for a moment with a question for the chair. It is a little after 11:25, and I'm not sure that we're going to be able to conclude this conversation swiftly. And I do see Guy Adama, who I believe is our BOE appellate on the line. So I'm just alerting you to that and asking how you'd like to proceed.
I don't think this is going to take us, tens and tens of minutes. So I would like to conclude this conversation. And if we could please just ask our assessor's office and the applicant or the petitioner to just hang tight.
Okay.
Thank you for calling that my attention. I was thinking it was 11:35, but it's 11:25. Okay. I think I'm clear. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to correct myself because I don't want any incorrect information being stated on the record. I'm going to give you the exact number of votes that with regards to the declaration, there were 1,481.5580 affirmative votes. There were 384.1944 no votes for the declaration.
Okay. And the threshold was you needed 1564 affirmative.
Correct.
Votes. So 1564 minus, and I know the math doesn't matter that much.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the 83 votes you were short.
Yes. Correct.
Okay. All right. I think I understand. Do the other commissioners or staff or anybody have any other questions? Sorry. One other question from me. Stephanie, you called our attention to resolution 2025-25. Oh, sorry, the amended and restated general declarations. You said that was approved by the 1481 affirmative votes. And am I to assume that that document incorporates the red lines in the other two documents and the red comments? Is that what you're
correct?
Okay.
Correct.
Clear. Okay. All right, is Maura anything to add before I open this up for public comment?
Nope.
Okay, we have Bob Patterson here, who is a homeowner in Mountain Village. And go ahead, Bob, please introduce yourself.
Yes,
And
my name is Bob Patterson. I'm a resident of San Miguel County in Mountain Village. I'm a concerned member with just a strong opinion that I urge you to withhold your approval of this resolution for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the declarations measure did not pass. It was a high bar, but that high bar has been set for a very specific reason. And the reason is that it protects the members of TMVOA. Changes to the declaration had to meet that standard in order, given the magnitude of the changes that are included in it. It controls RETA, right? Secondly, if you think about it, we're asking the county to act as the watchdog that it was set up, that we believe it was set up to be. And that is to be an oversight of TMVOA. And these changes to the declaration that are hidden behind it, you've heard the complexity. You could just imagine what the Mountain Village, the members of TMVOA were going through when this complexity was presented to them. So they relied on the guidance of their own board, and frankly, their own board misguided them. I can point to specific examples during the election process in which there were misstatements made, published in the Telluride Daily Planet, that indicated that Telluride Ski and Golf, the primary beneficiary of these changes to the declarations, they gained new veto rights as a result of these changes, right? It cements their dominance of the TMVOA board. We lose the ability to have a community vote to decide on things like how RETA is spent. And so all of these things were subject to that lawsuit that the town of Mountain Village basically subscribed to, right? We lost the town of Mountain Village as a watchdog because they were a party to the lawsuit settlement that is referenced here. That seems to be a compelling issue for approving these resolutions, right? They're a beneficiary of it, and by that settlement agreement, they had to agree to it. There was a fundamental misunderstanding that occurred during that settlement agreement process, and that was even the mediator said that Telluride Ski and Golf had veto privileges over all three governing documents of TMVOA when they did not. In the beginning of the election, 972 votes were cast before the TMVOA board stepped up to correct a misstatement that they made publicly about Telski and their veto rights. After that point in time, the vote was roughly 50-50, therefore nowhere close to the majority, supermajority that was required to approve changes like are being suggested for the declarations, right? So they tout that it was an overwhelming rout with only 83 votes shy of the supermajority. We had more than 128 voters come to us after they published correction to say, we want to change our vote. And TMVOA refused to accept those changes of votes. So this was not a dominant route as they would suggest to you. And its complexity says, please act as a watchdog. Don't approve these resolutions, the resolution as it stands now. We have done an informal petition.
Bob, I'm sorry, but I forgot to remind you that we have 3 minutes allocated for each person's public
Just a
comment.
rough petition. 98% of the people of members of TMVOA who respond to our survey say, we think that the process was incorrect and we want to change our vote.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. It's pretty complicated, more so than I thought. Staff, do you have any comments for us? Thank you.
Just
Bob.
my 2 cents is, next week we have a special meeting.
Mhm.
And if you wanted to postpone making a decision on this until next week, I don't know, it's gonna be an injury to anybody.
Yeah, that's gonna be my question to Stephanie and Maura. If we aren't able to complete this now, given the tightness of our agenda, would that hold anybody up in a big way other than another week?
It will hold up the filing of the petition with the court.
And what are the implications of that?
A further delay, just further delay in finalizing the amendments to the declaration.
Okay.
I don't see that as stopping the world from spinning. It may be an inconvenience for some, but I agree with your assessment, Commissioner Brown, that this is more complicated than we have time for, and that I would like to agendize it for our special meeting next week and give it the time it deserves.
I very much support that and would appreciate some more time on this as well.
Yeah, and I think we need some more counsel at this next meeting from our staff, especially our attorney, about our responsibilities as that watchdog. You know, I do not have any interest in interfering with the operations of Mountain Village personally, and I don't at the same time have much interest in, you know, overturning a vote. Anyway, I just think we need to understand this a little bit better, and maybe we could have somebody from TMVOA in addition to Stephanie come and explain to us about the misinformation and the fact that the vote changed after additional information was presented. I just think we need to hear a little bit more information, so we will agenda.
I would like to I would like to clarify one thing for the record here, because I think it's important that TMVOA, Mr. Patterson stated that TMVOA refused to allow members to change their vote. And that is because that is what the statute provides.
Sure.
That once a ballot is submitted, it cannot be revoked unless the bylaws provide a process for revocation, which they do not. So we did not have the ability to allow a ballot to be revoked and changed.
that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. I think the question would be, yeah, okay. Let's agendize this for next week. Do we have time next week?
Yes.
We do, okay. And
What is the date, please?
that would be September 10th. And
Likely in the afternoon.
likely in the afternoon, Stephanie, and Carmen will be in touch with you as that agenda comes together so we can share the time.
And as a quick side note for you, Stephanie, I can speak for myself, and I believe my fellow commissioners did the same. I read the packet, but there was information presented today that was not part of the packet, and I think that is why we are interested in postponing this to get more information beyond the actual legal documents themselves and try to understand all the nuances that we were directly involved in.
Are you speaking about things that do not relate to the specific provisions that you're being asked to consent to?
I am interested in having more time to review those provisions as is required of me, but I'm also trying to understand all the machinations that seem to be part of a very complicated election where votes are being counted in hundreds of a percent. There's a lot of complexity to this that I don't feel like I have enough understanding of to make an informed decision.
Yeah, I agree with Lance. And I also, when I read the memo from our attorney, the second paragraph began with the relevant provisions requiring county consent include changes to certain definitions in the declaration, which sounds sort of innocuous, but then I hear from Bob that in fact, this changes the kind of power structure of the board. And so I would like to understand that a little better as well.
May I ask that you communicate your concerns to Maura more specifically so that Maura and I can make sure that I'm providing you with the specific information that you're looking for?
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I apologize to folks who are here for item 7G, which we are bouncing to right now. Hi, Dave Hooper. This is a CBOE hearing, consideration of the board sitting as the County Board of Equalization on a property tax appeal, and that is CBOE 2025-62 for Guy and Ann Adema. And it looks like Mr. Adema, how do you say your last name? Do I have it right?
Adema, or we answer to it all. Adema gets it spelled right. Adema is how we say it.
We'll try to do it the way you prefer, Adema. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hoover, would you like to?
Hi, Guy. How are you?
I apologize.
Thanks.
To just go over the protocol that we're going to hear from staff, and then Mr. Adema will have a chance to make his case.
Yes.
You'll have any follow-up questions for either member, both our staff or the applicant, and then just to reinforce that this is not a conversation between the applicant and our staff member, and that there will be a time for the board to ask questions of both.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Adema. I think Mike's point was that we do have a certain protocol here because this is a judicial hearing, and so as much as we would like to just chat it through, what we will do is we will first hear from the assessor's office. The commissioners will address any questions that we may have to Dave Hoover. Then you will be given time to make your remarks. We'll do the same. And then we'll have some more discussion back and forth between potentially staff and the commissioners as we make our decision. So just hang tight as we get through the first part of this.
I understand, and I have no interest in conflict. I just want to share a perspective and go through the process. So thank you.
Of course, appreciate that.
Right. Hi, I'm Dave Hoover with the assessor's office, and I'll start with just a little background on the property. This is a residential property in the Trout Lake subdivision. We provided a 2025 value that in the first round of appeals was adjusted downward based on a site visit that I made. We originally had the value at $983,000, and it was adjusted down to 777,000 with my visit. Mr. Adama has appealed to the CBOE with some specific concerns about the way in which the uniqueness of the Trout Lake Land Company dovetails with the residential parcels that are out there. Mr. Adama's property is a home. We have it as average quality, slightly lower condition, 1,922 square feet, built in 1982, and there is a garage. The home itself is the only part of the larger, I guess, parcel that we value. We only have a value on the home, not the land, and that's probably for a variety of reasons, but not the least of which are the declarations in Trout Lake, which specify that relationship. The value of 777,000 is exactly the 1,922 square feet multiplied by a base price per square foot of $405. So if you just do the 1922 times 405, you get to the value of 777,000. I'm rounding a little bit there. I'm not bringing in the other 3 digits, but in any case, I think we get it. In this report that I've put forward, I have brought in 5 comparable sales in Trout Lake. And it would be, I'd be negligent not to have sales in Trout Lake as my comparables because they're located most close and they share very similar characteristics, not the least of which is there is no land value. And so that as we do the mathematics towards a price per square foot for the comparables, there's no difference in land value. And so we get to those price per square foot values very easily and very, very quickly. I could say more about each of the comparables. I think Mr. Adama has seen my report. He might want to respond at this point to the comps. The comps are on page, it's a grid
10.
that's on page 10. And we could go right there if everybody's willing. Again, I'm expecting that he'll ask some questions and I'm ready to answer questions around this. But the 5 comps that are there, while there's there's some warts in the mix, so to speak, are likely the best comps because of their location, if nothing else. And line 14 of that grid provides the price per square foot for those 5 sales as compared to the subject, which is the second column. And you can see that all of the price per square foot values of the comparables exceed that of the subject, and that leads me to the conclusion that the value we have on this home is appropriate. And I'll stop there and I'll let Mr. Adama speak if you go ahead.
Mr. Adima speaks. We may have questions from the board regarding Mr. Hoover's comments. Anybody?
We can't hear you online. Thank you.
Oh, you can't hear us?
There you are. You're back. Yep.
Okay, let me get a little closer to my microphone. Lance or Galena, do you have any questions for Dave?
No questions for Dave. I'm looking forward to hearing Mr. Adima because I think that when we hear him speak, we will then understand the bone of contention.
Yeah, thank you. That makes sense to me at this point.
Okay, I just, Dave, and we will hear from Mr. Adima, but I read through Mr. Adima's petition or whatever you would call it. And it sounds to me like he is arguing that the price of 777 is appropriate, but that the land should be removed from that value. And so my understanding is that he has a misunderstanding about how the 777 was arrived at. Is that correct?
That's correct. There is no land value in that 777,000. It is strictly the square footage of the home times a base price per square foot, which I could give the details of where that 405 comes from. That's from an economic area that's broader than Trout Lake. But in any case, I'll let that be. Let Mr. Adama speak.
Identified the problem correctly.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's go. Mr. Adima, please tell us what you have to say.
Thanks. And if you mind if I share my screen for a second, just to walk through a
That's
couple
fine.
of visuals? Okay.
As long as there are visuals related to this matter.
Yes, of course. Do you see something that says overview here?
Yes.
Okay, I think, you still see it there?
You're a pro. Yeah,
Okay.
we had
Is
it.
Is this better or the other, the slideshow
The other
version?
was better.
Okay.
It's like being.
I don't think I can see you this way, but so first of all, I have no, I totally agree. I think David did a great job on the assessment. I really appreciate the time he took to go look at it. I do understand or feel that the method results in a double taxation of the market value for homeowners. It's become apparent, it's always been in place, but it's become apparent due to the quickly rising market values and just overall gentrification of Trout Lake. My in-law and their family have been there for 30 years. They're retired school teachers in town, and it's something that's been on their mind as a way to keep their property. So part of this is kind of looking out for my in-laws' ability to stay at Trout Lake. So I'm not here for conflict. I just want to raise this issue and help share it. And if I don't understand right, or if the method is wrong, that we get to some sort of resolution. As Dave mentioned, Trout Lake is 450 acres. Its assessed value is $20,200,000. Just for the entire thing where I show tax liability, I do it as 0.05% just for simplicity. The Trout Lake Land Company owns all the land, right? There are 100 shareholders, each share of which allows you to build one home or one structure. That tax on and the assessed value is passed through. So I own one share of Trout Lake Land Company worth $202,000 by the assessor's valuation, not by comparables. When you purchase a place at Trout Lake, you're given a bill of sale for personal property and one share of the Trout Lake Land Company. So technically, there's never title. You were never given real estate. When you get a mortgage, it's not really a mortgage at Trout Lake. It's a personal loan secured by your share of Trout Lake Land Company, not by the title. So the bank does see value in that share of Trout Lake Land Company. And then undeveloped home sites or shares of the Trout Lake Land Company are currently assessed, listed, and sold for somewhere between 90 and 400,000. One closed last week for about 400. There's another one nearby that's assessed at 90. So there are 15 unbuilt home sites. So this is my understanding that the total market value, and I guess I would, if you'll allow Dave to confirm, that if an average buyer by your by the definition that's in the first page of your report, Mr. Market walks in, he would buy my property for $777,689. Is that your estimate of total market value?
Truthfully, no. As you can see from the grid, all the sales come in significantly higher than the 405 that we have. So likely the market value for your property would be higher because you would be paying in part for that stock certificate. So the 777 is just the home. So I'm guessing that the sale price would be, I don't know exactly, as you said, somewhere between 90 and 400. Let's just say for the 200,000 on top of that 777. That's strictly a guess because we don't really know what those stock certificates are sold for.
When we look at the comparables, because the stock certificate is included in that single sale price.
Correct.
Those comparables all were public market sales, correct?
Correct.
Wait, I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
Yep.
Dave. So if we look at those 5 comparable, 565, 580, 1425,
right.
That includes, it says only the improvement.
No, they are the sales of the property, which is inclusive of the stock certificate.
Okay, so, but then it does seem to me like we're looking at apples and oranges.
Let me go one more step.
Can I just add, there is no land value on those, but notice that they have come in significantly higher, almost $130 a square foot higher. I suspect that difference between 405, what we have as the valuation of the property, and that the others, 561, 545, 465. I think that difference is in essence the stock certificate.
But did each of those sales include the improvement and the stock certificate in their sale price, their publicly reported sale price? They must have, right?
They must have, correct. Again, we don't break out the stock certificate because that transfer of title, if you will, is not recorded at the clerk and recorder's office. So we don't really even know what those stock certificates are worth.
That's
and
incorrect. Those are recorded. Let me, if I can walk through.
Well, the sales
those are
are
recorded.
The sales are, but I'm not really, I don't know that when a stock certificate sells, if it is.
I think your question has been answered, Mr. Edema, and why don't you continue with your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. So a typical owner then, those public sales against which my property was appraised, find a reasonable comparable value of 777. We pay tax on that about 3888. We are taxed on the 202 from the Trout Lake Land Company for 1010. So the full assessed market value that we're paying taxes on at Trout Lake in this example are 909,689. And then if we compare the two methods, what's currently occurring.
I can't see.
Can you make your screen a little bigger?
Yeah, the way you had it before was
there
great.
You go. So the current method, where those public sales are compared and adjustments are made up and down, and I love that the appraiser keeps the sales within Trout Lake because it takes care of all the oddities. But the current method, through comparable analysis, resulted in a value of 777 and tax of 3888. But we're also paying tax on this share of Trout Lake Land Company, which has if you take an equal value to each share, is worth 202,000. And so my suggestion, if the true market value of my property is 777,689, is that the appraiser, rather than setting all Trout Lake land values to 0 in the assessment software and the appraisal software, set it to something like 202 to result in a proper true personal property or improvement value, which would be 575. And that would allow for the Trout Lake properties to not pay double taxes or to pay a tax on a higher value than the public market price of their home. And I think this is one of the problems of appraising or taxing Trout Lake property as real estate, because there is no real estate held by the people at Trout Lake. There is personal property in one share of stock. There is no actual real estate for which one has title. That's why the bank doesn't provide mortgages. They provide personal loans. And so in this case, my recommendation would be, in the short term, to set a subject property value of 575 so that we wouldn't be taxed twice on the property value. In the long term, I would recommend, and this is a bigger conversation, but I'm sort of here for the long term, to be honest. I'm interested in myself and my in-laws and others at Trout Lake being able to hold their properties over long periods of time. But that we changed to Trout Lake and Lizard Head Land Company that they be taxed as personal property. Use the same method, but in the appraisal software, set the market value of the land to be associated to the appraiser's valuation of the Trout Lake Land Company value. So the value of a personal property would be the total market value, which Dave has done a great job assessing, and I'm very grateful of how accurate he's been. But then remove that assessed land value, which is assessed and taxed and valued separately by the same office. I think that would be a better long-term solution. And I think another example of where we find this fact bearing out is that the 15 sites, approximately one sells in every appraisal period, every assessment period. That share of Trout Lake Land Company does have real market value. And when you buy a home at Trout Lake, you're not just buying the house, you're also buying the share of property. or the share of the Trout Lake Land Company. So that's my recommendation and my request. And maybe I'm missing something, but it appears to me that our assessment, our value based on comparables is very, very fair, the 777,689, but that does result in double taxation of the value of the Trout Lake Land Company, and it's truly not zero. It needs to be set as and I think the approach of fixing it at a value for all properties is a very elegant approach, because it takes it into account in the fact that you are a partial owner of the entire property, not just the acre that your house sits on.
Okay.
Right.
Anything else to share, Mr. Edema?
Nope.
Okay, and I'll take.
Could you hold that one slide right there, Guy, the one that you have up? Just enlarge that if you could, and hold that up.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, our office is in essence, by the declaration of the Trout Lake Land Company, not allowed to add the land value to the individual site values. So all we have is a value of the improvement. So your 777 is just your home valued at 405 a square foot times the square footage. And as you said, that 7077 is not what it would sell for. It would sell higher than that, because when someone comes in and buys, they're buying the home for 777,000, and they're buying that stock certificate, as it might vary according to the characteristics of the site, right?
My understanding is that you established the 777 based on public market comparable sales.
It's based on comparable sales on a price per square foot of the improvement. Because we separate when we do our analysis, we pull the land value from the sale price.
Dave, I need to ask a question here.
Sorry.
I'm unclear as to whether the line or row 13 of your grid, which shows certain numbers for each of the comparables, does that, and that's a sales price, right?
Right.
Does that sales price include the what was paid by the buyer, the purchaser, for the stock certificate, which is basically the land?
It does.
Or it not? Okay.
It does.
So then why is that line
The improvement only.
Improvement value only? Yeah.
Yeah, there's, in a sense, it's a problem of Trout Lake, I think, because there isn't a land value in there that we have pulled out in advance.
It does seem to me that if you are assessing, and I know you've been doing this for a long time. I do not doubt your approach, and I know you've been doing it at Trout Lake for a long time, but I just don't understand it. It would seem to me if you're only valuing the improvements of Mr. Edema's property, that you would be making comparisons to only the improvement values of the other properties.
Right. The problem is that we are using the sale price, so we can't go into our system and pull our values out. In fact, let me just.
Well, wait a second. Let me just ask that, because Mr. Edema suggested that you could pull out for each of these properties what was paid for the stock certificate.
Well, I maybe, because they're not listed separately in the deed.
Mr. Edema, can you clarify whether that information is publicly available?
It is not. There is a single sale agreement that occurs at Trout Lake, and in my original documents that were submitted. So you buy a property for, let's say, 800,000. When you go to close, you're given a bill of sale and a stock certificate. There is never a separate transaction or price broken out. You're given those. So when there is a public sale, it includes both pieces, and there's no discrimination of value among the two. The only place we have to discriminate the value of the two is where undeveloped sites transfer hands, and that happens rarely, once every 2 years. So one of those happens.
That's fair.
Okay. Can I
Wait,
go ahead.
Point, Dave, sorry, 1 second. So, but we do know that each of these properties, these 5 properties, is already paying taxes on $202,000 in value, right?
They are, that's separately.
Right.
So let
we
me-
could conceivably at least back out the $202,000 from the sales price, knowing that
Again,
they're paying taxes on that or no?
I suppose we could, but let me give you an example for sale one.
Yep.
In our system, again, the house value in our system, not the sale, is $418,000. Now, why is that? Well, because it is 1,008 square feet multiplied by, it's probably $415 a square foot.
Sure. Okay, so would it be more reasonable then to show on this chart a comparison not to the sales values of these homes, but the house value in our system? Even though I know that's not how you do the appraisal.
Yeah, it's not really the sale. It's a value that's based on kind of past sales in
Yeah.
a sense.
Yeah.
And so it's a little tricky. What I would say, maybe to help simplify this, is you can see on row 14 on that main grid, the price per square foot of these comparables, those prices per square foot are coming in significantly higher than the 405. And that difference between 405 and 561, that difference, I will speculate, and I have to be careful here because we don't know the value of the sites in the deeds. That difference is the stock certificate that's being paid.
Yes.
It is.
I was just going to suggest and maybe ask Dave, this Trout Lake conundrum is a challenge to market-based assessment. We're required to value properties, correct, Dave?
Yeah.
By market basis.
Right.
And so using the market approach for something where we're breaking apart and saying, well, in most housing markets, that market sale are two things. It's the land and the improvement. And in this case, it is effectively the land and a piece of the park, right? And so there's not the same kind of correlation between you're getting X square feet of that park, so on and so forth. It's shared usage, those kind of things. So I think this is one of the challenges, and I think we've struck that balance over a number of years based on the limitations kind of handed to us by Trout Lake Owners Association and how they want to manage their system. And at this point, I would caution us trying to
Change it.
complicate that further. It's not to say it's not worthwhile thought exercise, but breaking the mold that has served us might not be the best approach.
Just related to that, if I could take you to page 11, where I've provided these additional comps that are not in Trout Lake. And this is, I think it's interesting. There's one in Ophir. It's sale 6 is in Ophir and sale 7 is at Lake Fork Junction. I have 8 there. I put in 8. A guy put sale 6 and 7 in as a part of his analysis as well. In these cases, in these sales, there is a land value, and they're actually quite different. In Ophir, the land is $320, whereas in Lake Fork Junction, it's $135. Well, we take that land out and we get an improvement-only value, and then we divide by square footage. Pretty straightforward. And look where we get. We get to $395 and $413, which in this case, where land value is normally something we know based on sales, we do all of our land values on sales, and we have to do that first by state statute. We pull those out and we come right in at numbers, price per square foot values that support what we have for Guy's Place in Trout Lake. And why are they coming in so close, whereas the comps on the prior page, on page 10, don't? Well, those comps on page 10 have that stock certificate embedded in them. And so they're coming in significantly higher. So just to kind of finish my thought here, the 777 is just the improvement. I want to reassure Guy that he's not being double taxed on 777. That is just the improvement. That's it. It's $405 a square foot, which is based on our sales analysis of what we call Econ 1 homes, and times the square footage. It's that straightforward. And then his 5, Guy, I can't see your screen. Could you put that screen back up to 565 or,
The full size. Yeah, I can't see you guys when I do the screen. That's why I
yeah,
do.
sorry, that 575, if we were to divide by your 1922, would bring in a price per square foot that is way below market value. Way below. I mean, just someone, if I don't have a calculator in front of me, but that, we don't have anything that sells for that price per square foot, whatever it is, 575.
$99 a square foot.
Say it again.
$299.
$299. I mean, and I would almost say nothing in the county sells at that price. So that 575 is not representative of the value of your home.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I think that example you had where there's a 1,000, was it 1,010 times 475? That actually runs up to your adjusted time sales value. Where were you on that?
I'm not sure what I'm not following.
1,000 for sale one, I think, was your example on page 16.
Yeah.
1,008 times 475 leads very close to your time adjusted sales price. And so what I'm seeing is that the time adjusted sales price is that because we're valuing the properties based on comparables, all within Trout Lake, all with the same land status and land situation, by doing a public sale comparative, we end up with a price that's that, and it appears based on the definition at the start of your report that your appraised value needs to be the most probable price in cash and terms from which a party would buy in a public market. That if your appraised value is 777, that would be the public market price if we're following a statute of which somebody would pay for that property. And maybe that's where the difference is in our opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you on that. I guess in that sense, your value, 777, is lower than market value. That's to your advantage in terms of taxes. But that is the way it is, given the Trout Lake Land Company's relationship to you and us.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm afraid we can't do really any more back and forth given the nature of this proceeding. Do the commissioners have any further questions for Mr. Hoover? Or comments?
I have a comment, and it's not to belittle what you said, Jared, but I disagree that just because the way we've done something in the past is the way we should continue in the future. And I have been listening really carefully to both Mr. Hoover and Mr. Adama, and I find myself persuaded by Mr. Hoover, but I understand, I think, Mr. Adama's point from the language that he pointed out in his very last comment, which is where I think we are derailed by the system, and that Mr. Hoover's really tried to work within the unusual ownership pattern at Trout Lake, and his line 14 with the 405 versus all the other values, and his assertion, which I believe that if we could do the math, if we knew all the numbers, we'd end up pretty close to the land value, does make sense to me at the end of the day.
You know, it makes sense to me as well. I do think it's confusing, and Mr. Dima, you might, as I did, when I understood really what those comparison numbers were, assume that he's double taxing, or we the county are double taxing the land. But now that he's explained to me how that kind of works, I'm more clear. And I'm also very much persuaded by the analysis on page 11, where you are able to pull out the land value. And I am familiar with these neighborhoods and understand that they are, quite comparable in terms of location and quality, neighborhood characteristics and so forth, other than the lake, to Trout Lake. So those are, I find, very persuasive. Sale 6, sale 7, and even sale 8. So I think that was very useful information. Thank you.
I would like to say that it would be very nice to have a true market value out at Trout Lake that included the stock certificate. But I want to assure Guy that we are not double taxing with that 777. That is strictly the improvement, and the sales come in high. Why? Well, because the stock certificate is embedded. And for us to add land into our system, if we were to do that, he would be double taxed because the values would be higher than 777. They'd be in the range of 977.
That's right.
Well, I was just going to say I think the critical point that if that was added in, that would indeed be double taxation.
Yeah.
But what Mr. Adema or his family is paying on is truly, and I think the language is also maybe a little confusing in your chart as far as the improved only value, because what we're looking at with 777, 689 truly is the improvement only value, not the addition.
Not the addition.
Of
That's
that
correct.
Trout Lake land. And so I think that may be added to some of the confusion.
Yeah, I apologize for that. It's just hard when we don't know the value of the.
I understand.
Yeah.
And I think, I know this is your standard template and we have to stick to that. I will say too, that even if we did know the value of the stock certificates paid on all of these 5 comps, basically, it's a numbers game, how they're gonna allocate the cost of the land versus the cost of the house. The bottom line is the bottom line that they're paying. So I don't think that, that would actually help us. I also think that the point made by Mr. Hoover that if we did take out the $202,000, because for some reason we did think that there was a double taxation going on, the idea of the home being valued at $299 a square foot in this market is just unbelievable. It's just not the way things are. So I feel quite comfortable with that 405, and I'm ready to move forward. How do the other commissioners feel?
Yeah, I've certainly received enough information to move on this.
Prepared to make a motion?
Yes. Before that though, Mr. Adema, I'd like to say just sentimental towards your efforts here and recognizing the fact that property values are going up in our county, and it's I hear that and do appreciate what you're bringing to the board here and what your family is navigating. Just want to state that.
I add a postscript to that as well. I thank you, Mr. Adema, for your rational and reasonable conversation today. I was braced for raised voices, and I found you to be really pleasant. And it's not always the case. I also wanted to remind us all that there are some state-offered tax breaks for seniors, and that's available on the county website. They may or may not apply to your relatives, but there are some possible ways to address rising taxes for those that are on fixed incomes.
Good. Thank you all for your time. And David, I really do appreciate how much effort you go through to get this right. And working with you through this process was good. It seemed like this was the appropriate forum to have the formal conversation about it and to understand better and make sure that we don't leave it the rock unturned if there was something to be seen. So I appreciate the approach and the professionalism you had with us. So thank you.
Yeah, and you very much pushed me to look under the rock.
And Guy, I think you heard Commissioner Gleason say that just because something has been, Commissioner Waring, has been done the same way forever doesn't mean we have to continue to do that. So if you would like to kind of broaden this conversation and address it to the assessor, she is, if you haven't met Sarah and Dave, you would, I imagine, be part of that conversation as well, and can ask her to consider whether statutorily there's any possibility that she could change the way things are assessed at Trout Lake. I imagine she would make time for that conversation.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Well, on that note, I move to approve this assessor's recommendation to deny appeal CBOE 2025-62.
I will second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well.
As well, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Edema, and thank you, Dave Hoover. It's always nice to see you, and we appreciate your hard work.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. It is time for the most important agenda item of the day, which is recognition of Andres Jacinto Alonso for 5 years of employment with the county. Please, Andres and your supervisor, Public Health Director Grace Franklin, come on up to the microphone. Grace, would you like to begin?
Yeah, oh gosh, okay. I get to begin. I think I would say I'm sad for the reason why we met, which was COVID. But I'm so happy to have gotten to know you and work with you over the last 5 years. He joined on as a part-time health educator in 2020. Several leaders in the Latino community were like, you need to know Andres. He is the guy that will get stuff done. And not only did he do that during COVID, but moving past that, really built a strong presence for our Spanish-speaking and Sioux-speaking community in San Miguel County, and just continues to build from that. I'm just so proud of how much you've grown over the last 5 years, and I'm thankful for your contribution. So I'll pause there, but thank you, Andres, for working, and hopefully we got another 5 more years.
Thank you, Grace. I would like to add that Andres came forward during COVID and offered to volunteer his services, even though he was already working at least 2 jobs, because he wanted to make sure that Spanish speaking and also Sioux speaking Guatemalans were able to understand what was going on in the community. So that was an amazing step. I have some remarks that I prepared in Espanol. See, if we could just bear with me. Andrés, nuestra colega y mi amigo querido, felicitaciones por tu aniversario de 5 años con el condado de San Miguel. Gracias por tu trabajo duro, por tu compasión y por tu pasión y compromiso de servir y apoyar la gente del condado de San Miguel. Durante estos 5 años hemos visto un cambio significativo en la posición de la población emigrante en el condado. Sí, ha habido un retroceso durante esta administración federal, pero afuera de esto, creo que la comunidad de emigrantes siente más poder, más seguridad, más bienestar, más esperanza y más en casa que nunca en el pasado en nuestra región. Incluso durante esta administración federal, creo que se sienten más seguros aquí en el condado que en cualquier otro lugar en el país. Esto es en gran parte por tu trabajo y tu liderazgo en la comunidad. Has dicho historias de tu familia y tus ancestros mayas en Guatemala. La familia tuya es fuerte y valiente y siempre han trabajado y luchado por la salud, los derechos, la seguridad y la libertad de su gente. Yo sé que tus padres y hermanos y también tu familia aquí están orgullosos de tu trabajo. Yo estoy orgulloso también y agradecido de ser tu colega y amigo. Gracias por tu amistad y por tu trabajo por la gente del condado de San Miguel y también para las lecciones de español. Lecciones, that's not right. Lessons, sí. Gracias.
Muchas gracias por sus bonitas palabras. So kind of word for me. Thank
It's
you.
so true. Anybody else?
I would love to just say a quick word. I remember when Grace shared with me and us during COVID that we had a number of members of our community where Spanish, having some level of translation wasn't enough, and that we didn't have the buy-in and the trust of many in our community of the significant regulations and trying to translate the potential dangers that we were encountering with COVID. And when you came on board, we saw an immediate and dramatic shift in the community and their trust for you and the trust of what you were sharing with them. And I think that that kept so many people in our community safe, not just the folks who may have been speaking Spanish or Chuk, but also everybody else. And as I've grown to get to know you, my respect for you has only grown. I see how intelligent and hardworking you are, what a great team player you became in our San Miguel County family. And I'm so proud that you have chosen to work here and add to this community. And thank you for everything.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Andreas, I echo everything that Mike and Ann said and add that you are a remarkable man because you're able to walk as a chameleon in many different cultures. And that is a gift, and you have found a way to use your gift for great good. Felicitaciones and muchas gracias.
Gracias.
I just like to say thank you for your smile. Truly, it makes my week sometimes, just your kindness and presence. And I think that that reverberates through our entire community. So thank you.
Okay, would you like to make some comments on today's, or you don't need to, but you're welcome to share. Sorry, we don't have a translator here.
It's okay. I'm doing my best. Thank you for having me to be part of this, your vital mission as employees in the county. I can feel that I am doing my part, attending that community we love. And I wasn't sure when I started working with the county because during 18 years, I was spending my time working at bakeries or kitchens. So when I started in public health department, I had that support from great people, from you guys. But in special, I am, how can I say, boundlessly grateful to my supervisor, Grace, and special to Anne Brown. They both, I had that support from them since the beginning, now, and I think in the future too. So, and thanks to them, I had that personal development. Since then, I started understand what I have to do. I started thinking about what I was feeling during my, how can I say, during my, that things I discovered during my student, that thing my family feel. For example, I am trying to follow their examples. My whole family, my ancestors, because they were fighting with many things. They still fighting, and we are in that moment now. And I think it is the most important thing I am looking for. And now I can let public health go without finishing the job, because I can feel that as public health es the, ¿cómo se llama? Es un trampolín. Jumping, and when you are jumping, you can see many things, and we don't have time to waste. We have to do something, and I am feeling that, and I am trying to working with partners or stakeholders, looking for our communities well-being. So I like when Mike says that if you don't have commitment, if you want to be a rich man or rich people, this is not the job for you. So, and I love that, and that's why I'm here. I think it's the moment to looking for our humanity part, not looking for money. And wherever I go, I can continue to doing this job I started working with. And thank you again to having me here. Gracias.
Oh, we usually take a picture. Oh, I have something to give you. I think it's not very significant, but it's significant. It's very significant. It's meaningful. It's very meaningful. Yeah, so that's for you. Can we take a picture with the commissioners and Grace? See? Yeah. And then we can have some lunch. We have lunch para todos, see?
Okay.
Almuerzo para todos, yeah.
Recess.
And you guys haven't
Please
heard
come over here.
his story on the photo.
Yes.
It's amazing. Have you heard?
I don't think
Yes.
For favor.
By our actions, if not.
Actually, we should be in the middle. Here, so, here, come in here. But yeah, Grace has to be in the middle.
One
Here's
person on the other side.
Perfect.
Yeah, oh, that's perfect. There we go.
Let's go. We're gonna take through happy,
Happy.
happier, happiest. Silly, perfect.
Congratulations. Give you a photo.
Okay.
Here.
Bye.
Tried to play ahead when I-
Go. Commissioner, where is?
Stop this, I cry every time.
Oh.
Celebrate.
Yes, to share too.
Pause, and we will be back at 1 o'clock.
There you go.
We have
Is it 12:45?
Nan's here.
Two.
Peter.
Yes.
Oh, man.
All right, got things to share too, everybody. Yeah, we block, salsa.
Housing.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, very well.
17 minutes.
Out of frying pan. Right? That's a
We'll be better. Not too far.
Okay. Hello, San Miguel County. It is, wow, 12:45. We have promptly returned from lunch to attend to the rest of our agenda. I will just make note that we had to skip over items 7E and 7F, which we'll get to later in the day at some point. We are now at item 9A, which is consideration of a request from David R. Whitelaw for an exception to the San Miguel County Land Use Code, section 5-1305, definition of an employee. And we have present Pam Schifrin, Executive Director of the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority, as well as our County Attorney, Maura Boylan, as well as the County Housing Authority Attorney Lane Thomason. Presently, the Board of Commissioners is sitting as the San Miguel County Housing Authority. For anyone who may be listening, I also want to make a note that when we do get to item 7B, we are going to begin with an executive session to conference with our attorneys before attending to the public part of that meeting. Hopefully, the executive session will start by about 1:15. I'm not sure how long it will take, but we will, of course, keep you all posted. All right, so I will invite, yes, Pam and Lane, who would like to begin? Oh, I should probably mention for Mr. Whitelaw. This is a quasi judicial hearing, am I correct? Since we are, Jared, is this or more? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, so it's a little bit more formal than some of our other conversations. What we generally do is we hear a presentation or spoken presentation by staff, and the commissioners ask questions. There's a little bit of conversation, and then there'd be an opportunity for you to come up and make whatever comments you would like to make. We might have a little bit of conversation amongst our, you and us, but we can't go like sort of back and forth because it's a legal proceeding of some sort. All right, thanks for your understanding. Pam.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. We received a request from Mr. Whitelaw for an exception because he is asking for a period of time to not maintain residency in his property to travel. And this, based on research of his file, the last leave of absence that was administratively presented, we only have the opportunity to do 2 of those administrative approvals of that. And so this third one, we felt out of an abundance of caution, and because he had been directed at that time of the second one, that any further request for leave of absence would have to go before the San Miguel County Housing Authority for approval. And so he has submitted his application, his fee, and his reasons for wanting to request this third leave of absence, which would be outside what we interpreted from the land use code would be the 12 months out of any 5-year period of time.
Okay. Is that all you have to share in addition to the memo?
In addition to the memo, yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Lane, would you have anything or Maura to comment on?
I don't, unless you have questions for me.
I definitely have a few questions. Should I go ahead?
Please.
Would somebody else like to go? Okay, so in reading everything that is shared, as well as I went into the land use code, particularly sections 5-1304, 5, and 6, to try to understand what Mr. Whitelaw is actually requesting permission. I mean, no, he's requesting permission to leave for 6 months. But I didn't see anything in his deed restriction or in the land use code that requires him to request that time, and or even requires him to be in the property for a certain amount of time.
I have a deed restriction of my own, which is a later version, and I have to live in my house 8 months of the year. And if I want to do something other than that, I have to request permission, but I don't see anything in here, and I must be missing it, that requires Mr. Whitelaw to make this request.
So first of all, he's on the 1991 version of the land use code. So the updated land use code will be unhelpful, but that land use code does not have a provision for seeking an exception or a leave of absence. It just has the definition of an employee, which is defined as someone living primarily within the school district and working there for 30 hours per week for at least 8 months of each calendar year.
Okay, where is that? Can you point that to me?
That is, unless you have the 1991 version of land use code, I don't know if a citation will help you, but in the 1991 version, it's 1305 subsection B, Roman numeral 3.
And then, can you repeat, we did in his packet have what I thought was his deed restriction. It's like the page, the last page in the packet.
Right.
Is that the whole thing? Or, oh, I see. No,
No, that's just the standard language that is the deed restriction, but then the land use code will elaborate, obviously, on the restrictions.
I
and
see. So
requirements.
can you just repeat what 1305B3 says, Lane?
Sure. It says an employee shall mean a person who earns his living primarily within the Telluride R1 school district by working there on average of 30 hours per week for at least 8 months of each calendar year.
Okay.
And maintains primary and sole residence in the school district.
That's what I was looking for, that 8 months.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And that's why we have an exception application, because he would like it to be 6 months that he said 8. Thank you for clarifying that. That was really my main question. Oh, I guess another question was regarding precedent. The memo that we reviewed indicated that the San Miguel Housing Authority has granted 3 continuing residency exceptions due to leave of absences in the past 3 years. And I was wondering if there's anybody present who could just remind us of that precedent, about what those were.
I might be able to do that, but
I remember 2 offhand.
I do too. One was medical and one was education.
One was education, one was an employment where they
Yeah.
were offered a
Yes.
job. Yeah. And then the medical, I don't recall, but I do remember somebody that was.
Caring for an aging parent.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
okay.
So that is the 3, and because the third was to achieve their I think it was a physician's assistant certification at to finish their schooling with their intent to come back and work at the Telluride Medical Center.
Okay, I do remember those now. And then my question then, because the reason I asked is because it says in the land use code under the current one, conditions for discretionary exception are 1, the owner of affordable housing property desires a leave of absence greater than 1 year for purposes of travel, schooling, temporary job assignment, or other reasonable purposes. And so I was just wondering if we had ever, my understanding is that the basis for this request is physical health, if we had ever granted an exception for that reason.
I think I could just look upon that as reasonable purposes and be quite fine. And I appreciate you digging into the land use code and really trying to find some language that would give us a foundation. I didn't do quite as much homework, but took a look at this more as a request from someone who has contributed to the community for many years in many ways, and is at a point in his life where winters are not practicable, and is asking to vacate winter in exchange for housing qualified employees in his absence. And to me, that seemed like a kind of superficial, but also common sense request that will keep Mr. Whitelaw's health, will have folks here for the winter that are working, that qualify as employees for the region, and that's really what this housing is all about. And it became a simpler choice for me.
I agree, Commissioner Waring, that I looked at this from through a community lens, and Mr. Whitelaw's contribution to the community over the years and coaching, mentorship. I take that into consideration here, and your intent to rent would very much sway my decision here. Not leaving your home vacant, and giving opportunity for someone who needs housing during those months to have that opportunity.
Hearing you say that, Galina, and seeing Mike's hand up, perhaps before Mike speaks, I noticed that in the suggested motion that it would be useful to have a section of the land use code specifically to quote, and I'm not sure that we're going to get one from the 1991 version. So if Lane or Maura are able to help me with that, that would be a great favor to me. And in the interim, I'd be happy to hear Mike's thoughts.
I just wanted to remind the board that at least in 2 of those 3 instances, there was a board discussion about and rental amounts. And that making sure that not only were they renting to a qualified employee, but not achieving an excessive rent amount that will be prohibitive to a working person. I just wanted to remind you that that has been part of your previous discussion with those other exceptions.
Mike, are you able to recall how we established that ceiling? Because I do remember those conversations, and I remember feeling strongly that that was a good idea. But I don't recall how we set that amount that we all felt was fair and comfortable. Do you have that?
I know that at least in one, I recall a discussion of a percentage of AMI. In another one, it was their ability to cover their mortgage and expenses.
I think that was it. It was cover the expenses plus 10%. That was for the family that took the 3-year leave, as opposed, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, we may want to talk with Mr. Whitelaw about what makes the most sense, because everyone's situation is unique. But before we do that, I think we need to check in with the board and see if that's a conversation we have, or if we have other thoughts.
I would absolutely like to have that conversation, but before I wasn't necessarily thinking we were ready to make our statements because I hadn't heard anything from Mr. Whitelaw. I thought maybe we should let him speak to this. Not that it seems that you need to do much convincing, but we would love to hear from you, Davo. Have a seat, and you have to speak right into the microphone so that everybody on Zoom can hear you.
Okay, thank you, guys. I'd like to say, first of all, I do believe in San Miguel Housing Authority, and what they're trying to do is to not have any short-term housing or the lights off where we live. I think that's important. The last 2 winters I have left, and I have been compliant with getting the renters and good qualified renters in my house. I had a long list of stuff I was going to tell you about my community development, but I think you guys know it. I moved to Telluride in '76, and I've been involved with the community for almost 49 years now. And it's got to the point for me now, and I mean, I worked for the town of Telluride for 13 years as director of Parks and Recreation, developing our park system and the river trail, and being involved with the community. The things that are most important to me was my other volunteer work in this town, is from a Little League coach to a one-to-one mentor. I was an advocate for the San Miguel Resource Center, I think, for 9 years. Got Advocate of the Year 1 year for almost 1,000 years of volunteering. And I hope it's appropriate. My main passion in this town these days is Alcoholics Anonymous, and being a part of the community, a part of the recovery community, which I think is really important. I've been sober over 20 years and active in that. And I think it's an important part of this community, to help people get into recovery. So, but anyway, you know, now it's gotten to the point where, well, I'm 75 years old, you know, and I have, like, right now, I was at the acupuncturist yesterday just for arthritis in my wrist and stuff like that. And it's what Lance said, you know, it's for me to be here in the wintertime, it's a very uncomfortable life for me, you know, and to be able to rent my house out to some qualified people, I think it's a win-win situation. I'm gone, I'm healthy, we have people here working and they're contributing. And that was what my request was. It's really, you know, a health issue as much as, oh, it's fun being in Mexico, but it's a health issue for me. So that's it.
Devo, I think you heard Mike Bordonia bring up the fact that in previous instances like this, the board has set a cap on maximum rent per month in order to avoid gouging or putting a number so high that it's not possible to rent it. Is that something that we could discuss with you? Because I think that would be an important part of my decision.
You know, my rent's been very affordable. I mean, it's less than $3,000 a month, you know, with a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house with a loft, you know, so it's, I mean, I'm the first to admit that I want to still be a part of the community. I know what it costs to live in this town. I know what people make. And my rent is very, very affordable.
Would you be able to commit to maintaining that under $3,000 number for this coming 6-month absence?
Oh, absolutely.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or concerns about those answers?
I have a question about what process has been in past instances with follow-up on this, just for accountability purposes. Has there been sort of thing?
You've been able to follow up and confirm compliance with the previous agreements that the housing authorities made?
As far as the,
Rental price per month?
I have had one instance where we discussed and had to have proof
Great.
submitted again to make sure that those costs were in line with what was approved.
Great. I think that checks and balances is important.
Yeah.
So perhaps you could, would it be appropriate to ask Devo to provide the signed lease, SMRHA? Once that's figured out, and then you could just verify that the rent is less than $3,000 a month?
Yeah, and we do require a copy of the lease at every rental requirement, so.
Okay.
I think we're all headed the same direction here. And I appreciate you, Pam, out of an abundance of caution, as you said, just bringing this before us to make sure that it was comfortable. It's always tricky, and as you know, we've been wrestling with various deed restrictions that have evolved over time, but in this case, the 1991 is the one with the least framework, and in some ways gives us the most latitude, and in some ways is the hardest to interpret. So we're doing our best here.
Yeah.
On that note, I just wanted to say thank you for digging into the land code.
Okay, I just was looking for the reason, you know?
Yeah.
And I did dig into that. I do want to call to the attention of the board that this is, as far as I know, a new kind of request. And what we're seeing here is someone who's lived in our community for 46 years, 49 years. And, you know, I assume are retired and, you know, starting to experience health realities of being an older person. And I think we're going to be seeing more and more of that. And so we are setting a precedent here of changing the, of allowing an exception to the 8-month rule, if you will, and extending it to 6 months. So I think that we should expect, if we approve this 6-month timeframe, that, you know, we are setting precedent, and there are going to be a lot of people with gray hair coming in here asking for the same thing. I am persuaded by both of your arguments that this is going to be rented to somebody who's working, and probably more than one somebody. And we know how much we need that housing. So I really think that is super important. That is like, if we didn't have that, it would be definitely a no-go for me. And I considered whether, well, Davo, couldn't you just be gone for 4 months? Because then, we don't have to go through all of this. But the reality is renting your house for 4 months doesn't help anybody because someone coming for the season needs more than that. So this is kind of a win for you as well as a win for the workforce. So anyway, it makes sense to me as I think it through, but I just want to be clear that we are setting a precedent and we can expect to get more people coming through with the same request.
And in some versions of the deed restriction, later versions, there are specific retirement provisions that will help in some cases. But yes, we've inherited a deed restriction monster, and there's going to be continued exceptions.
Well, the later deed restrictions still have the 8-month requirement. So even if you're retired, you have to be here for 8 out of 12 months.
True.
So, but I think what we're feeling or what we're experiencing here for the first time is someone saying, I'm retired, I can't do winters here anymore, but this is still my home. And I need 6 months, right? And 6 months actually works better from our point of view because it provides actual housing. So
Right.
anyway, just wanted to lay that out on the table so that we're all clear about the step we're taking. It's more than just for Davo.
Agreed, and not afraid.
Okay,
I think
Here.
that our community's aging, and you're exactly right.
yeah. Jared, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to ask the commissioners, in the other cases, I believe we had an end date of the exemption.
Mhm.
And so one question I have is, when would we want to see Davo back to
It's in here.
test how long?
It's on April 15th, 2026 in the sample motion. Does that fit?
Sorry?
Currently, there's a sample motion in front of me that says the exception shall expire on April 15th, 2026.
That is perfect.
That looks good.
So I actually had a question here in terms of what your long-term plan is, Davo. If you intend to do this every year, it's working for you. It sounds like this is the 3rd year. Is this something that we should
Yeah.
Yes.
for multiple years, or so that we
Yeah.
don't have to go through this every year, or
I mean, I can't speak for a year from now, but as Lance said, and Galena as well, I mean, we're an aging community. I'm not gonna be the only one coming up here. And for me, if all things equal, I would like to do this every year because it works for me. The summers are great and my health works for me. And this is my home. It's where I raised my daughter, and and it's I don't want to sell my house because I can't go to Mexico in the wintertime, in reality. And yeah, I mean, it's something that I personally would think I would want to do
for multiple years?
multiple years.
Yeah. So should we consider maybe like a 3-year agreement or something like that? And revisit it, or
What does
would you
that-
like to come back? I mean, it seems to me you've done this for 3 years and it seems silly to have to apply every year and you're doing the same thing. Is that an appropriate time frame?
Commissioners, my only caution to you is
Yeah.
that whatever you decide as a duration now is likely to be you're going
precedent.
to be having this precedent.
I like
I know
having it with
folks
David.
already who are gonna be
Let's
coming.
see Davo next year.
Oh, yeah, I'll come back.
Okay, he is retired after all.
Yeah. And I think,
My daily schedule is not too booked.
yeah, I think that it's valuable to have a conversation each year
Yeah.
to see if anything's changed or if it's status quo. We could perhaps give Pam another 2 years of administrative control, but that's yet another precedent that I don't think we need to set.
Okay.
So, if Davo's willing,
Oh, yeah.
we're willing, this is worth repeating if need be.
Okay,
And I think if we have some other folks coming forth, then we can continue to kind of like weigh on this exception versus others and what, as far as our aging population, I think an annual visit is a good idea.
Yeah.
Just to check in.
yeah, at least for the next year, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
One thing that would be helpful for me, Pam and Lane and Maura, is that I believe in the past, when we've had a memo like this, we had a little bit more thorough review of precedent. And so if you could kind of keep a good record, I'm sure you are, of all of these, and remind us as we go, because in a year, I mean, we'll remember Davo, but we need to keep track of these precedents that we're setting, so,
Understood.
and recognize this, okay. Anything else, any further conversation?
Question for Lane, were you able to find anything in section 5-1305 of the land use code specifically that would be useful in making a motion?
Yes, it's section 5-1306C, Roman numeral 5.
Right, thank you.
Sounds like you're getting close, Lance. You got what you need?
I reckon I can give it a shot. I move to approve the request from David R. Whitelaw for an exception to the San Miguel Land Use Code section 15305. Definition of an employee based on the finding that the granting this exception meets the general goals of our deed restriction program, and that granting the exception meets one or more of the review standards as stated in section 5-1306C, Roman numeral 5.
Second that.
And I have a couple conditions before you second, if you don't mind.
Jump the gun.
First, the applicant will enter into an exception agreement within 60 days of today. Second, the exception shall expire on April 15th, 2026. And third, the applicant will be required to rent the entire unit to a qualified household during the duration of the approved exception request period for not more than $3,000 a month.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Hasta luego. Disfruta Mexico. Thank you, Davo. Thank you, Pam. Anything else? Okay, we are now ready for item 9B, potential executives, executive session. I just want, before we get into the formal part of this, I had announced earlier this morning and then right after lunch, and I don't anticipate that you heard it, but that we were going to start this conversation with an executive session because we need to get some counsel from our attorneys. So I'm just trying to figure out, which would mean that you guys would have to leave the room for that executive session, members of the public, both online and in person. And so I guess what we could do is if we got your cell phone numbers, we could all text you when that wraps up so that you would know when to come back. Does that make sense?
So are we thinking how long in the executive session?
It's hard to say. I mean, I would guess 20 minutes would be my guess.
Yeah, 30.
Yeah, 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah.
We just wait.
Okay.
Otherwise we have to go off to other things to do.
But you can't sit here, is
I
what I'm
know.
saying. Yeah.
Well, it's-
So why don't you just give us one, if you could give maybe Megan your cell phone numbers and then she can just text you. Okay. All right, whatever you'd like to do, but we'll plan to text you. And I'm trying to see if there's anybody else online. Pardon me? Who may be here for this. If you are, would you please raise your hand? And we can alert you when we are coming back into open session.
Thanks for understanding, you guys.
Sherry Reader.
Bennett is there. Owen.
Okay, Sherry Ken.
Becca Lang.
Okay,
We can leave the Zoom.
say
happen.
that out loud, so yeah.
Commissioner, we can leave the Zoom running so these folks can stay in the waiting room, so to speak, while we enter a breakout room for the executive session.
Okay, and so if you guys just stand by and stay online, you will know when the executive session is over because we will be back into the main room. Sherry, thumbs up. Thank you. Are you doing breakout room? I am gonna plug in my computer.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay, whenever you guys are ready, we'll go into executive session and then we're going to talk about that.
And so we need a motion for that.
We need to go into executive session under CRS 24-6-402, subsection 4B. For a conference with an attorney, to continue discussion of deed restriction, potential reversion options, deed restricted properties.
I second. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. We are moving into executive session. Oh, we didn't do our, before we go in there, we didn't do our conflict of interest statements. Do we need to do that, Maura, before we go in?
Yes, and since Commissioner Waring previously recused himself,
You should probably.
we
So
need
I'll go
to
back into
continue that.
All right, let's go back into session and move to come out of executive session.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. We are coming out of executive session in order to take care of conflict of interest. Are we ready to go? Yeah, because we never really left, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Before we begin this discussion, I would like to disclose that the following agenda item will involve discussion of deed-restricted properties within San Miguel County and the operation of certain covenants and restrictions. In the interest of transparency and to address any perceived conflict of interest, I would like to disclose on the record that I am an owner of deed-restricted property within San Miguel County and have entered into a covenant with the county for that property. I do not believe this will impact my ability to remain fair and impartial for purposes of today's discussion. That said, I have also excused myself from any offer that may be made to deed-restricted property owners that comes out of this conversation, which further, which removes my conflict of interest to a great extent. Okay. Lance.
I am unable to participate in this conversation because I have a direct conflict of interest and need to recuse myself.
Okay. So Lance, we will bring you back in if necessary for any part of this discussion, and certainly if we don't need you, we will bring you back for the next item on the agenda.
I'll be upstairs with my phone on.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Gleason, I move that we go into executive session
I second that.
for the purposes that Lance previously stated.
Yes.
Okay, how do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. We are moving into executive session. And we are all going to move into a breakout room. Is that right, Carmen and Megan?
Yes.
Okay.
I've got an extra hand, I'll help you.
Use the ladies real quick. Billy, next question. Well, so we move ourselves around.
Okay. Moving on. There we go.
I did it.
Give me, girl.
changes that have been made to the resolution 2025-23 since our last meeting. Again, questions from the commissioners? Yeah.
Commissioner Brown,
Did I miss something?
we were muted for a good segment of that.
Okay.
Could you kind of start over?
Sure. Okay, are we ready now? Hello, it is now 2:17 p.m. on Wednesday, September 3rd. We are out of executive session in our regular meeting of the Board of San Miguel County Commissioners. During that executive session, we had a conference with our attorney as allowed by CRS 24-6-4024B. The topic being continued discussion of the deed restriction and potential reversion options for county deed restricted properties. And in particular, resolution 2025-23 regarding correction and reversion of affordable housing deed restrictions and covenants. Now that we are out of executive session, we're ready for the public portion of this meeting, which is going to be in a number of parts. We're going to start first with a short presentation by Deputy County Manager Jared Biggs, and then potential questions from commissioners and conversation with staff. After that, our County Attorney Maura Boylan will take us through changes made to Resolution 2025-23 at the direction of commissioners at our last meeting. Have a little bit of discussion, and then we're going to have public comment. Because we have had, I think, 4 meetings with 2 rounds of public comment, I think we've been hearing a lot from the public. We've decided that we're just going to have 1 round of public comment at this time. It'll be 4 minutes each, and then we'll have further discussion and potentially take some action. But before we move to Jared Biggs, I just would like to address the public and say, as the chair of the Board of County Commissioners, that I'm sorry about the confusion that's been caused over the years by earlier interpretations of how the deed restriction works. I feel very certain that there was no foul play or malintent by county staff or elected officials. I truly believe that everyone who was working on behalf of the county only wanted to fulfill the purpose of the deed restriction, which again, I believe, as stated in the land use code, is to preserve a sufficient supply of affordable housing to meet the needs of locally employed residents of the R1 school district. I'm also really sorry about the stress and distress that some deed restricted owners have said they experienced during the compliance checks. I wasn't there, but I do believe that this took place, and I'm sorry about that. I do believe that all of us as deed restricted owners understand that the properties we own are subject to ongoing government oversight and that some work is required to prove our continued qualification. But the compliance process should not be onerous or antagonistic, and I know it has felt that way at some times for some people. As you know, we aren't addressing the compliance process today, but after deciding how we're going to address the bigger picture issues, you know, we will next go through that and fix compliance policies and procedures as we see fit. So let's set that part aside for the day. I also want to say that I really appreciate all of the deed restricted residents and representatives who have brought their concerns about both the interpretation of the deed restriction and the compliance process to us, the BOCC sitting as the county housing authority. I know it's been really often unpleasant and maybe, you know, triggering and all of that for you to have to share your experiences over and over with us, your perspectives and suggestions. But I really appreciate persistence as we've wrestled this through together and tried to figure out how to make things right. I hope you feel that it's been worthwhile. I'm really proud of all of us for sticking through this long and arduous but democratic process. So thank you. Jared, take it away.
All right. Let me pull up and admittedly, I tried to design this to be brief. It'll be very redundant for all of your purposes, but just wanted to kind of refocus where we've been and where we're at. So just a quick overview. We're going to talk about deed restricted purpose, the overview of the previous meetings, the current draft resolution 2025-23, and I'll run over that relatively quickly, knowing that Maura is going to go over it in further detail. what that kind of outcome looks like for those different groups as we did last time, and then a little bit of an outline on what we're going to do after this if the current resolution were to pass. So again, you've seen this slide a number of times, and I don't need to reiterate it even further, but this is the purpose of the program and what we're trying to keep our eye on the ball for. The previous meetings, to your point, Commissioner Brown, we met June 18th, July 16th, July 23rd, and August 20th about this thus far. We're meeting again today, and I think it's a testament to the board's commitment to get this as right as we possibly can, and spend the time to understand it and make sure we make the right steps. So again, the problem as we understood it at the beginning, the problem we've been trying to solve are for those who particularly felt the options were not given to them as individuals when they were purchasing their deed restricted properties, and that they were forced into a covenant thereby. We have pages of comments and questions, and many of them have been really great to help us have a little bit more food for thought on how these items kind of manifest in our community and within this deed restricted portfolio. And as you've already mentioned, we've kind of divided our focus. We're trying to focus on getting the big picture kind of fixed and set, and then we'll be working through things like covenant procedures, other compliance procedures in the coming months as we work through the rest of this and start working towards a compliance period. So draft resolution 2025-23, we had amendments. The original was put together in the meeting in mid-July. We did present amendments on August 20th. And those amendments, just because of some of the technicalities that, again, we appreciated Mr. Legault kind of pointing out a little bit of nuance with one of those definitions. We've gone back, made a few amendments there too, and brought it back today. And I think my next slide covers more effectively what the other items are. So again, big picture, 349 properties, 110 are currently on a version of the land use code, 117 are on a covenant, and 122 are on a special covenant. So that's our current breakdown of the deed restricted properties. And this is the slide. I have the breakdown of all the others from the previous slideshow, but this one really sums up what the current version of the resolution is trying to do. So we have our columns here, and each column is a group of property owners. So the first column are those who are in what we've been calling the 3-year window. So transferees since June 1st, 2025. The current resolution would allow them to continue on their current deed restriction if they're happy, allow them to revert to the restriction of the previous owner, or to revert to the 2016 version of the covenant. For those, second column, on a covenant that the transfer happened before June 1st, 2022, they would be allowed to continue on the current deed restriction, revert to the restriction of the previous owner with a caveat for the land use code with additional definitions on what a qualified employee and some qualified income definitions. And then the last to revert to the 2016 land use code similarly. For those currently on the land use code, they can obviously continue on that as is their right, or this would also allow them a one-time option to revert to the 2016 version of the covenant. As we know today, any of these folks could go into the SMRHA office and request the 2023 version of the covenant. But this allows the one-time access to the 2016 covenant for that group. And then last, there are no changes for those on a specific covenant because those different developments have those very specific restrictions. So,
Jared, can I make one note on that slide?
please.
The first column, that should say since June 1st, 2022.
Correct. My apologies. You know, I copied and pasted, so it was wrong 2 weeks ago, as I've been wrong all the time, clearly. Steps and timeline, and this is just, again, a perspective. If you were to adopt this or adopt this in part, or however, the way we have suggested we would proceed is that we would still be working to try and send notices out to owners on or around September 15th. We think we can get those, and as we discussed at the last meeting, we can get those letters. We've got some templates already, and we would be doing a big mail merge to try and get those folks their opportunities as soon as possible. Allowing for a 90-day window. After the 20th conversation on the 20th, it was very clear we wanted a 3-month window to allow people to consider their options. We would then, that would mean we would get those responses back mid-December if we were able to get those out on September 15th. We would then, and what I've suggested here, we would then kind of wait to initiate the compliance process until after the holidays and start that process somewhere around January 5th, which would conclude that 21-day response period for compliance on January 26th. And then after that, there is a small bunch of owners who then continue to work through the process just to get additional paperwork and otherwise.
And Jared, is that 21 days? Is that standard?
That is standard.
That's what we've been doing in the past.
Correct.
Okay.
And so that is really all I have. I mentioned it would be abbreviated. We would be continuing to work on the education, some webinars, some other opportunities to help inform people of what these options are. And through this process, the additional 30 days that we had, per the commissioner's direction for the last meeting, would just give us more time to have a couple more of those opportunities. So,
That's great.
any questions?
No questions for me on the slides we've seen multiple times. Thanks for the catching the typo, Maura, and thanks for the 90 days as opposed to the 60 days. That was an important change. Lena, anything from you?
No, not at this point.
Okay. Maura, walk us through the resolution adjustments, please.
All right, so it's largely the same as the resolution that you saw on August 20th, but I did want to highlight a few changes. The red line has been provided in the packet. So you'll see in the actual resolution portion, this is a change I made in section 1 and section 2, where I removed reference to original before land use code deed restriction. And I did that only because I think there's been some confusion among the public as to what we're referring to there with original land use code. Our intention is it's whatever version of the land use code would have applied to that particular property. But I think some people read that as meaning the very first version of the land use code deed restriction, which isn't necessarily the one that applies to each property. As we've stated in prior meetings, it's based on the date of the plat. And so that could be various different versions depending on the property that we're looking at. So I just struck that reference to original. And I think it's clear with stating the version of deed restriction that previously applied to the property at the time of purchase. And then the other change was in section 2C to the definition of employee that we had crafted to be that additional language that we would require for owners who are outside the 3-year period that would have the option to revert to the land use code deed restriction. And that was to incorporate the definition of employee from the covenant, but we had to kind of craft that in a way that would align with the other language and structure of the land use code deed restriction. And the last version, it was pointed out that it had perhaps unintentionally applied the household qualifying income threshold to not just the initial purchase qualification, but to all qualifying ownership years, which was not the intention, because the 2010 earlier versions of the covenant don't do that. So we had adjusted this language to have that qualifying income threshold only apply for the initial eligibility to occupy affordable housing, to make it hopefully clear now that that standard only applies on initial qualification for purchasing deed restricted property and not every single year of compliance. And then there were just a few other typo edits, and then removal from section 5 of the exclusion of Commissioner Waring's property, as he has now recused himself from any decision on this matter.
That's quite clear.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification.
Okay.
That was needed.
So, I feel like there are a few different chunks of this that we want to talk through. Galena, in my mind, and I'll just bring up the ones are on my mind and you can add to that if you'd like. The first one is on page 3, the section that refers to the owners within the last 3 years. And those are, since June 2022, and obviously we've extended that till the date of this, whenever this resolution may get passed, hopefully August 20th. And for those owners, we are, suggest the following 3 options: that they can stay on their current covenant, they can go back one step, as it were, to whatever the deed restriction was, on their property, for the previous owner, whether it's the land use code or another version of the covenant, or they can go to the 2016 covenant. I think we've come to understand that that's kind of the cleanest version that doesn't increase the number of hours required. So that's what we chose to offer. I'm comfortable very much so with this section. Is there anything that you wanted to talk through there?
No, I really don't feel I need to talk through anything in this section. I think that I would like to see this proceed today because there are people waiting in the queue who this would apply to. And I think that time is of the essence here. I think that giving people all these options is important based on all the conversations we've had and all the information that has come to the board, and based on staff recommendations, I would like to see this move forward.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, that this is a solid staff recommendation, and okay, so we both feel comfortable with that. The second chunk of this is regarding how we might handle property owners outside that 3 years. And this is the part that the staff continues to suggest we not do, because it is not, they're not in favor. And so we're kind of out here on our own trying to sort through how we're going to do this. I really appreciate that the staff pulled together this option C, I guess. We have heard from a lot of people, or actually maybe a handful of people who are on a covenant, who had previously one step been on the land use code and wanted to revert back to that. In our previous discussions, we wanted to honor that request, but at the same time, we weren't comfortable taking people all the way back to the original land use code, because it is, in my mind, poorly written, or should I say incompletely written, because we've now learned over the last few years that on close reading, it really fails to fulfill the purpose of the deed restriction because it fails to protect deed restricted properties from being sold to remote workers. So for that reason, I did not, and I still do not feel comfortable, providing the option for people to go back to the original land use code. We're basically saying that we're throwing out all of the work that's been done on the covenants over the past 3 years or past, what is it? Since 2015. Yeah, 15 years and maybe some more to clarify the deed restriction. And if we, now that we understand how poorly and incompletely the land use code was written by putting people back on that, we are essentially allowing them to sell their home to someone who doesn't live and work in the community. And, basically the CEO of Tesla could walk in here and buy that at home, or really any other highly paid executive, or really anyone, as long as one person in their household works 1,032 hours a year. So I think that's really not the intention of the deed restriction, not something that anyone ever envisioned, including the property owners themselves, and I just don't think that's right. People have said that the county should just kind of suck it up and agree to accept the unfortunate reality of that poorly written land use code and allow properties to revert back to that poorly written land use code because it's the principle that matters. And so I've thought a lot about, what is that principle and what are the principles that I need to apply to this decision. I don't think that any deed restricted owner ever expected that the principle that would apply to their property is that they could sell it to anybody, as long as one person in the household worked. So that principle, while I do want to accommodate people who offer some reasonable accommodation to people who feel that they were, mishandled, that's not my only objective. There are other principles at stake here and that are on my mind. And the one is that we have talked about over and over again is the principle of preserving a sufficient supply of affordable housing to meet the needs of locally employed residents. And by opening up this additional 73 properties to remote workers, we are, not preserving those 73 homes when they were never intended to be sold to remote workers. So it just doesn't make logical sense to me. And then there's the principle of ensuring clarity of interpretation and consistency of implementation. This is all laid out in the resolution. And I think by opening up, by offering this option C, we are really muddying the waters. As I think through section 2, without option C, which is allowing people to go back to the land use code, with or without an addendum. I recognize there's not a lot here. All of these people are already on a covenant, and we're just offering for them to go back to another version of the covenant. And the covenants that these folks are under, the people outside the 3 years, they're fairly nuanced, small changes. So it's not a lot. And at the same time, I have heard over and over from property owners that they would like to be treated similarly and being offered the option to go back one step. So I can stomach that if going back one step is pretty much any version of the covenant. I cannot stomach it if going back one step is going back to a poorly written and incomplete land use code that basically guts the deed restriction on 73 properties. So I don't think it's a perfect solution, what I'm suggesting, which is basically we would rewrite section C so that I did draft something. Owners may revert to the version of the deed restriction that previously applied to the property at the time of the owner's purchase, if that is another version of the covenant. So it's not perfect, but I think it's the best job that we can do in fulfilling the 3 principles that I'm considering. And again, those are to address concerns raised by property owners outside the 3-year period, to uphold the purpose of the affordable housing program and also to ensure clarity of interpretation and consistency of implementation. So I know we have another round of public comment, and as always, I'm open to hearing that and obviously want to hear your thoughts, but just to be clear, that's where I am right now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that what is being offered there is, it's not a lot. And I in a lot of ways feel like, I think I heard the word disingenuous. I don't feel that that's truly offering what people are asking for. I want to hear public comment today and, you know, hear where this lands for people today. But I don't really think it's necessarily a solution that people are seeking. You know, we have I think the ultimate conundrum that we've been grappling over is, first off, the original intent of this deed restricted housing inventory. And it was originally stated in the 90s that it's intended to help preserve a sufficient supply of affordable housing to meet the needs of locally employed residents in the R1 school district. As time and times have evolved, that doesn't really stick. And in addition to everything that we have unearthed through this process, as far as the initiation of the 2010 covenant and why that was truly initiated, and how the covenants have evolved over time to help protect homeowners, and hearing exceptions through the years, that language has evolved. And there is some really good protective language in the covenants, and I think it's important to recognize that. But the original land use code, recent times have really departed from that, or, you know, that I think the original architects of the land use code could not have envisioned our current era. And there's a lot of people currently who are just kind of like stuck in the middle right now of this time and evolution and how the deeds have evolved. And I've been really kind of grappling over this conundrum of whether we take staff's recommendation to just stick within the statute of limitations because we are legally bound to do so. And I feel that's absolutely right. And, you know, whether we consider allowing people beyond that date to go back to the original land use code and really like take it as far as having all of that housing inventory be available to those who might not truly be locally employed residents. Like, that was the original intent, and that would not be the utilization of those properties at a certain point. Probably it's impossible to extrapolate on that, but it is what we've been grappling over. You know, I mean, I've really thought about wanting to explore the idea of letting people go back to that original land use code and being in that scenario of virtually kind of giving that housing inventory to a greater pool of people that aren't technically locally employed and aren't, you know, by definition, contributing to our local economy. And so it's a tough one. I'm really struggling with it, honestly, with just what you're suggesting and what is written currently, or what is written in the resolution in section 2. I just don't feel it's offering much, and we're trying. That's why it's been crafted so many different times and ways, and hearing feedback and, you know, trying to find some sort of a middle ground that we're recognizing that were missteps taken, and people are landing in a place where they feel inequity. Ultimately, because this housing stock was never price capped and it's appreciated to a certain point. I mean, it is in essence at a certain class, our real estate markets have elevated so much that even these, we can't call them affordable homes. I mean, I'd like to call them community homes. But they are not by definition affordable, and they will continue to rise in price unless something catastrophic happens. By opening this other door to allowing a different pool of people who are not working in our community really poses, in my mind, a problem that's going to bite us decades down the road. And on one hand, I'm recognizing all the true concerns of missteps that were taken, but on the other hand, I really have a hard time thinking about the potentiality of 2/3 of this housing inventory being open to folks who are not working in the community. And we know the need. We know that it's going to continue. The recent housing needs assessment, whether you want to call it the gospel or not, we're talking about the need of over 1,000 units to just fulfill what we're currently looking at as far as the need right now. And the need is going to continue to grow. And I just think it's important to recognize that. I feel I've said enough for this at this point. I want to hear from the public. But I guess where I'm getting with all of that is I'm not certain. I don't know what sticks in section 2 in my mind.
Okay, I feel like there are three, as you were talking, I was making notes about sort of our 3 options in section 2.
Yeah.
I think one is to go with what's written in here right now, which is that everyone's gonna go back one step or be offered to go back one step, right? And if that one step is the land use code, what we've written right here is that land use code would have a new addendum. And I've expressed that I think that doesn't fulfill our principle of ensuring clarity of interpretation and consistency of implementation. And it's not really what people want anyway. So I'm prepared to just say, no, we're not going to go with 2C as currently written. Do you feel okay with getting rid of that option?
I do. I don't think it does anything for anyone.
Okay, so that's off. And then I think the other 2 options for section 2, and this would be part C, is similar to people within the 3-year period, we would let everybody go back one step, no matter where that step takes them, whether it takes them to a different version of the covenant or to the land use code that I'm describing as poorly and incompletely written. And I think you have a much more gracious and actually true interpretation of it, which is that it just wasn't written with present conditions in mind. But anyway, going back to that land use code.
Written in 1993 originally.
Right, okay, so that's one option. And then the other option is what I'm suggesting, is that we let everybody go back one step, but only if that one step takes you to a covenant, not if it takes you to the land use code. Because again, I feel that the land use code doesn't fulfill anybody's intention of the deed restriction. And frankly, all I can see for why people would want that is, rather than going to the covenant, is because they want to have the option to sell their home to a remote worker. The 2010 or 2016 covenant essentially does what that land use code was intended to do, but just in a much clearer manner. Excuse me, I'm speaking. You will have your turn. Thank you.
I mean, I've speaking a lot. I've thought a lot about the, beyond principle, and I think principle is important to recognize. The principle of the fact that people should or could have had the option for that to be their deed restriction, and principle, I think, is part of the landscape here. There could also be scenarios where people might want to operate within those within that deed restriction, i.e. their current work setup within their household.
Sure.
Yeah, right. I think it's important to recognize the potential reasons why people would want that beyond wanting to sell their property to a certain class of people.
Oh, I see, because their current work situation would not allow for continued compliance.
Yeah, potentially,
That's a
right?
good one, yeah. Mhm. Well, and in that case, we do have exceptions for people who have been part of the community for a long time and contribute in other ways as we made today.
Right.
Okay, so I think we've scratched out the option of 2C as currently written. The only other piece we haven't talked about, Galena, is point 3. Which is for those properties that are currently on the land use code restriction, the county will offer the owners of the property option to sign the 2016 covenant. So that's that column where people can move in only one direction on Jared's slide.
Right, and that, some people could look at that as a potential bonus if they're on a more recent version of the covenant that might be more restrictive.
So these are people who are on the land use.
Oh, on the land, sorry,
I
no,
think
section
I think
3.
The point of this
People
option-
to be able to go to the covenant that are on the original land use code and some of those protections I was speaking to earlier that are written into the covenant, homeowners might find that to be an advantage, and this is kind of a one-time offer for people to be able to potentially do that. Sorry, speaking about something completely different, but.
Well,
yeah.
are you comfortable leaving that in?
Yeah, I think that could be looked at as beneficial to homeowners, and I like that. That's subject to interpretation.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of this, people are gonna have to hire their lawyer or do a lot of deep reading to figure out what the best option for them is, but I like the idea of offering that 2016 covenant to basically everybody is what we would be doing.
Yeah.
Who meets these 1, 2, or 3 criteria. Okay.
I mean, the 2023 covenant is more restrictive in that it requires people to work 1,200 hours as opposed to 1,032 hours.
Right.
So in some people's minds, the 2016 covenant might be kind of the sweet spot because it has some of that, it has the protective language written into it as well as less hour requirements. However, that clear definition of employees written into the covenant.
Okay. All right, so that one was easy too, or a little bit easier. Anything staff feels like we should consider before we open up public comment? Maura, we talked through the big points as you see them?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add at this point.
Okay, great. So as I mentioned at the beginning of this, we'll have one round of public comment. Everybody will get 4 minutes, which is an extension of what we normally provide, just in order of keeping order in the room. And, you're welcome to say whatever you want, but I would encourage you to say something that might change our current position, something you haven't said before, perhaps. All right, as we have in the past, we'll start with someone in the room, and then we'll alternate with people online if anybody is interested in speaking. Who would like to go first?
I'll go first, what happened?
So
Please
Lee
introduce
Rufa.
yourself and your affiliation as you were about to. Thank you.
Done this how many times now? My name is Lee Rufa. I'm a landowner, a deed restricted owner in Aldosoro Ranch. I'm here today to pretty much continue to keep watching over this process. Everyone's come a long way in where we're at, but some of the questions that I'm kind of offering out here, I keep hearing staff is not recommending this, but how many of the staff actually have a dog in this fight? They don't have housing here. They're county people here, and the chances are they probably can't afford to buy anything anyway because the county doesn't pay them enough. And they're making decisions that are affecting people that you, by your own words, Ann and Galena and Mike and Jared, talked about how the county treated the original land use owners poorly. I still don't understand that. When we were going through our reviews and all this kind of stuff and problems started arising and we started crying foul, no one ever said anything. And here we are today where you agree, yeah, you're right. We did treat you bad. Sorry. Sucks to be you. Signed on the covenant when you didn't have to, but that wasn't the intent. And here we are now saying, we're going to give you that choice, but it's not really a choice. Choice is when you get somebody, this is what you could have had, this is where you're at. And you keep and I think this is where Commissioner Gleason keeps getting tied up, is the choice in terms of the land use code is not a choice. You're not going back to the original. And I really feel strong with her saying, give this 72 people, because what we're arguing about is 72 people in this room. You've already lost 112 people. Another 72 at this point, it is what it is. Housing's not affordable. The cheapest house right now is $850,000 in Lawson Hill. Do the math. How many people in this room can actually afford it? Not many. The point is, let the chips fall where they fall. Let those 72 people make the choice that they were allowed to have. Not because you, Ann, would like to see the affordable housing preserved. It's not preserved. That cat's out of the bag. It's already $800,000. It's more along the lines of give them choice. And the reality is, and we all know this, that the 72 people, none of them are here. None of those 72 people have probably even called in or even asked questions. But you don't give them choice, they're going to come back down the road and say the choice was taken from them like it was now. And that's pretty much, I'm going to keep going back to that same point of contention and principle. Don't have a problem with the covenants. Don't have a problem with how you're going about doing this, giving people choice. But give them the choice of the original land use code. Let the chips fall where they fall. And that's all I really have to say.
Thank you, Lee. Would anyone online like to speak? I don't see any hands, so go back to the room. Who'd like to go next?
Jake McTeague, Olasora Ranch. First clarifying question, Ann and Galena. So on page 3, under section 2C, you've both agreed upon to strike that. Are you still, I was unclear that you were going to offer A, B, or C for individuals to go back to the LUC, or no? Did I mishear that?
Let's follow our protocol. I'm writing your question down and we will address it after we hear from everybody else.
Okay. So again, back in a little history, 2010, the covenant was created out of misinformation that was provided by the county, and which spurred owners to be proactive at Lawson Hill as well as El Tesoro to create this covenant. So that's what happened. And then moving forward so originally that probably should never have happened. It should have just been status quo. Then the county unilaterally made amendments 3 more times in 16, 21, and 23. And those amendments did affect the ownership and the saleability. So another question I have in there, it's noted that one of the only real changes in the 2023 obviously changed the hours from 1032 to 1200 hours. I believe there was another change in one of those amendments that noted the individual cannot own any property outside of R1 in adjacent counties. When was that put into the covenants? I'd like to know that. And it really comes down to, yes, and this is a principle. And one, I'm coming from the perspective, and I think many people in here, we're coming from that principles of integrity and consistency and intent of the public representation, which was, BOCC as well as legal side, that was not met. The principle was failed of integrity. I understand the principle of what you're saying to maintain affordable housing. We understand that, but the power or the option of choice was taken away from everyone. So, here we are continuing to go back to statute of limitations. And in all honesty, there was a discovery time in June of 2024 when everyone came forward and saying that, hey, these options should have been presented to us and they were not. If anything, this was a discovery time when statute of limitations should start. We should have 3 as owners from June of 24 moving forward 3 years. So that would take us to June of 27 of when everyone should be under statute of limitations. I mean, this has been a continued wrong, egregious, inconsistent behavior by the county, known or unknown. Back to your original statement, Ann. Was it done with malice by previous staff? We can't say that. We don't know. The only person that knows that is that individual. However, continuous wrongdoing and injury of property rights was continually done from 2010 until this day. That is 15 years. Personally, in just looking at this and speaking with people, I think the citizens of these properties have almost like a class action suit outside of statute of limitations against the county. I don't think people want to go to that route. But if we are continued, I think there could be a group that would raise that question. Thank you.
Jake. Would anyone online care to speak? No? Okay, back to the room. Anybody else?
Hi, Larry Young, Aldesoro, homeowner, 35-year resident of Telluride. I have a question for Jared and Mike. You worked with Lois Major, you worked on creating these new covenants, and how did you miss this basic legal fact that the deed runs with the property? I would imagine someone with your experience that you would know that, and that you could protect your citizens and maybe uncover all of the past 15 years where people were coerced into signing something that took away their property rights. I have a question is why, when you do slides and when you read the deed restriction purpose, you only highlight the first part. The second part says, while allowing customary free market, unrestricted practices to influence the sale and rental of affordable housing as much as possible. So that's a question, is why we're reading into only one part of the intent. And maybe I'm naive, but maybe they could see the growth that happened here. And maybe they could see the ever evolving community, and that one person might not be able to sustain living here by working in the community, and they had to branch out and do something else. And that those same people contribute so much to this community, and we're so focused on the financial, and that us property owners are trying to take advantage. But what if I could sell my property to someone who has their own business and they're volunteering so much time to the Telluride Foundation to work with different communities. They're coaching all the soccer, they're doing all the things, and they're contributing to the community. So maybe we could flip it and say that they could see what was happening, because they're not selling their house. I'm not selling my house when I could have made so much money. I'm living here with my family. And so maybe you need to pay more attention, and I'd like to know why we don't look at the whole deed restriction that was under the LUC. I'm asking this to Mike because you've been involved with it. Did the development of these new covenants happen to restrict property and to put existing properties into the current needs of the community? Because I don't see that in the intent. I see the actions of the county as trying to take what the original intent was and fit it into what you perceive to be the current needs. And I think you're dividing, you're like a certain group of people under the LUC have this, and then you have your 72 properties, and all of the bullying and the issues, whether it was intent or what was going on with the Regional Housing Authority, is very much connected to the egregious things that happened the last 15 years. And that is not getting fixed with what you're doing. So I just question why we're here for all this time when there clearly has been issues with the whole process and people being forced to sign things that they shouldn't, which I would imagine Mike would know that that wasn't legal.
Thanks, Lara. Anybody else online? Nope. And in the room?
Bretley Danner, Lawson Hills since 2003. I'm obviously more ignorant and new to this conversation, and it's weird to me that I didn't know about it. I would think more would have been told to Lawson Hill that, hey, there's a meeting. Might have told what the meeting was about, how important it was. And as Lee said, the 72 people that are ignorant about it because they're working hard and no one has been given enough information, honestly. On the back of what Laura was saying, as far as the land use code, and you saying that you can't stomach it, but you only keep talking about people living out of the community. There's a lot more to the land use code than that. And I don't know, even that, like Laura said, you know, people innate to stay here for how expensive it is. And basically people with money are taking over the community and icing us out. Can we not say you can't stomach just one part of it and the rest of it works? And I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. If you're more worried about just people working outside the community, why wouldn't that part maybe, I don't know, not only be the part and you could figure that out, you know, instead of just the whole land use code sucks, because it doesn't, and it didn't for us a long time ago, and it's important to us to maintain that. And again, I'm ignorant more than these people here are that have been fighting and doing it for a long time. We're worried, we kind of are in a very good position, but we're worried about other people in our position and that, you know, barely have enough money to live here. So, thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right, I think we're gonna close public comment. I think the most direct question that I can answer was Jake's about what options are we discussing offering in section 2. And Galena, I think this is what we were talking through, that we would offer option A, which is owners may stay on their current covenant. B, owners may revert to the 2016 covenant, or C, owners may revert to the version of the deed restriction that previously applied to the property at the time of purchase. And then our point of discussion continues to be whether that would be, no matter whether they were on the covenant or the land use code, that they would be able to revert back, or if they would only be able to revert back if it was to a covenant. And I think I have been pretty firm that I would only offer going back to a version of the covenant because of my concern about the land use code. And just to clarify, it's not the whole land use code that I'm throwing out or can't stomach. I'm sorry if I said it that way. It's the fact that there's no definition of an employee and qualifying income. So that's the part that we are trying to fix in section C, but then we realized it's just adding more confusion. So it's very difficult to fix. Anyway, so the question is section 2C going to be anybody can go back one step no matter where they're going, or is it only if that one step is to the covenant? So that's where I think we are on section 2. Am I right, Galena?
You are. And that's what I was referring to in saying that particularly C doesn't necessarily if somebody's on a version of a covenant, then section C virtually does nothing for them because there's actually less protection there, but with this clear definition of employee
Right.
and qualifying income,
Yeah,
right?
yes, we've talked that through today and we're in agreement.
Yeah.
My concern though is by just eliminating section 2, that we aren't, and we don't know everybody's situation, right? We don't know, we can't, I'm not a lawyer. So I think that it would be unfair and certainly be perceived as unfair if we just left out everybody in outside the 3 years and didn't offer them anything and give them at least the option to consider a different covenant.
Yeah. So I'd like to address both what Brett Lee brought up as well as Lee Rufa, in that the unaffordability of our region and what Lee Rufa brought up specific to San Miguel County staff, that they can't afford to live here. And you know what? That's a pretty true statement. I have to get a fact check here, but what percentage of San Miguel County staff commute to the east end of the county? How many people live out of the east end of the county?
Over 2/3.
Over 2/3. And many of which actually live even outside of San Miguel County in Montrose County. This is a real problem. I think that San Miguel County staff is a pretty good kind of like cross section of what our general like workforce looks like. It's a lot of families. We have a lot of like new parents on staff here, a lot of longtime locals, and most are struggling to make it here. And costs just keep going up. We're looking at health insurance costs rising significantly in this next year. Inflation and food prices are going up. And yes, housing prices, rents, and the cost of buying a home is becoming near unapproachable. That's a really good point, Lee. It's such a problem. And what we are grappling with here is the potentiality of shrinking those people's potentiality of buying their own home and setting roots in the community here. I can, both of you gentlemen, sorry to like single you out, but neither of you own your homes here. And I know you're trying, right? It's hard. And that's what we're facing. And these are the stories that I'm hearing as a commissioner daily, is teachers, nurses, ski patrollers, baristas, sheriffs, deputies, EMTs, so many people that help make our community go round are just trying to hold on for dear life in a lot of ways to stay in this community and to help keep it run viably. That is why we keep coming back to the original intent of the deed restriction, to house people locally who work here. It's not, I don't want to single out people who are remote workers and label them as not welcome in our community or don't contribute to the community, because everyone contributes to the community in their own way. But I think that claiming that these essential type workers do not help make our economy and our communities go round is short-sighted. And I'm just trying to have the broadest view possible here to make our community whole and healthy as much as possible. And so that's why allowing all the potentiality of folks to go back to the original land use code without those definitions of employee and non-qualifying income is just going to exacerbate the issues that we're looking at here. And that's where I stand.
Yeah, and I'm not willing to give up and just say it's unaffordable, it will never be affordable.
This is an important question.
I'm sorry, Lee, I'm sorry, this is not a conversation.
Yeah, this is a discussion, because you're talking real estate. You're talking real
Lee,
estate.
this is not a discussion, and if I need to, I will ask you to leave the room. This is not a discussion. We are responding to your comments, and that's how it goes. I'm not willing to give up on the affordability of our community. And I agree that maybe, well, I don't agree, 73 units is a lot. And it's 20% of the housing in unincorporated San Miguel County. And we are working on the margins. And if there are 3 houses we can save, I want to save them. And so I do believe that if we can continue to preserve the inventory we have and move on to building more housing, we can address the issue, or at least we can make advances, and we have to do it in every possible place that we can. In regards to the worries about people who want to stay here, that's not what this conversation is about. In my mind, it's not about people who've expanded their jobs and are now working remotely. It's about people coming in from who aren't already part of the community. If there is a person who is in a situation where their job has expanded and their income has adjusted, we have processes in place for exceptions. We made an exception today for somebody who's a longtime member of the community because of his involvement in multiple community places. So I don't want to spread fear among deed restricted owners that a decision we make today is going to in any way, make it harder for them to stay here. It's going to be the opposite in my mind. I think those are the main questions and points that came up. I don't know about, I can't remember exactly when properties outside in adjacent counties were not, no longer allowed to be owned, but I don't think that's particularly relevant to this conversation. So we can go through that in more detail if somebody wants to. Staff, was there anything that you wanted to respond to, or any questions you've not required to? But
I mean, not particularly. Jared had not begun with the county when the 2023 covenant was developed. We've gone through, and just in a quick count, 3 planning directors and 7 county attorneys and or land use attorneys that all had the same interpretation up until we got a different outside opinion. So I'll say I am not an attorney and I'm not a land use specialist. So I did not challenge their interpretation, even when I read your deed restriction and I interpreted it a different way.
Right.
So, because I remember you sharing it with me and saying, how do you interpret this? And I read it 3 times and I could see it both ways.
Yeah.
So I can definitely say nobody during my time being a board member of SMRHA or participating in the County Housing Authority has ever had a conversation of like, how do we make things harder or more stringent? That had never once occurred. So that's about all I can share for right now.
Maura, anything else from you or Kay? No, okay. All right, so Galena, I think we just need to sort out section 2C. And I, as I think I read some language that I would suggest for C, but I'm not an attorney. Maura, this is what I'm going to suggest. And if you want to take a break, so you can, if we agree with this direction, you can refine this, but I would suggest that section C may read, owners may revert to the version of the deed restriction that previously applied to the property at the time of the owner's purchase, which is all the same, only if it is another version of the covenant. And I don't know if any other changes would need to be made to accommodate that, but Galena, I guess just conceptually, are you comfortable with that, or do we have a hung jury?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a hung jury is going to do anything. We're going to come back and revisit this again in the same manner. I mean, this is the 5th time we've sat here. I guess I don't see any harm in offering to see. I just will say I don't think it does anything for anyone. And if you feel strongly about having that there, fine. I have no opposition to that, other than I don't see it as being relevant or beneficial to anyone.
Okay, I mean, we're on the same page there. It's
Yeah.
just again, my interest in offering similar options to all property owners so that they can choose
Sure.
what's best for them. And just a hung jury doesn't mean we come back. We could choose to do that if we can't reach an agreement today, but a hung jury could also mean that we just don't address people outside the 3 years. And so we don't have any section 2 at all. And I can't imagine that you and I coming back here are going to come up with another more elegant solution. And again, it's imperfect, but I can't, no one suggested it in these years that we've been working on it, and we've tried different angles and we haven't gotten there, so. At the same, but I'm comfortable with a hung jury. I really am. If you can't, if you don't like the idea, I mean, I'm not comfortable, but it's an option. And I don't mean to put you under any pressure because
there's just 2 of us here.
yeah. And I honestly, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. We can't do anything about it. I don't want to pressure you in any way. I'm just articulating my position.
I honestly feel that section 2 is not that, it's not addressing what we've particularly heard. And I would either counter by saying, perhaps we should offer people the original land use code. You clearly do not feel inclined to do that.
No.
You've stood very firm there, and I respect that. And I understand why. I've considered it. I've really heard a lot of, I've heard the asks and the reasons why. And beyond my concerns about this housing stock continuing to elevate in price and become more unapproachable to people working in the county, people here providing services, I would be open to that, but it's just impossible to know how many people are going to act on this. It's impossible to know. And so I guess where I stand is either taking that stance. I think going back to the original land use code is an option, but you don't, so we're a hung jury.
So I just want to just clarify, the reason that I don't like the idea of going back to the land use code is because it opens up those properties to people who don't make their living here, who we don't even know today. They're not yet part of the community. So I just don't know why we would want to do that. It just seems like the opposite of what we're trying to achieve. But I don't need to say that again. I said it many times.
Yeah. I mean, I absolutely hear that. And have also heard over months people's stories about how they feel that they were led astray and signed documents that they didn't really feel that they needed to sign. They weren't given the option, and they're outside of that 3-year window. And I'm going to, just address this.
Yeah, but I think those offers, or if you will, or those like sign the 2010, develop the 2010, they were made with the best those options were developed and decisions were made with the best information that people had at the time. People were not being coerced. I think we might argue that some were coerced more recently, but there was no coercion going on. We have 110 people who never signed a covenant. So I don't think that there was coercion. I think it was people operating with the best information they had at the time, the 7 planning directors, the 13 attorneys, or whatever it was. And so I don't feel that we did something wrong that we need to fix. I feel like we did the best we could at the time. And now that we have more information, we're in a different age. We have a different interpretation that fits with today. And so now we're trying to make it right. So I don't feel like that. I feel badly that people feel badly. But I don't think it was a misinterpretation. I think it was a different interpretation.
Sure. And yeah, I mean, through this exercise, we've been connecting a lot of puzzle pieces, and quite frankly, we're never going to connect the entire puzzle. We're talking about decades and decades of various players and minds. And I do believe with good intent through the process. I have to believe that, I think from that original deed restriction to now, that the intent has been to assist the community in finding housing and being able to stay in the community. And there's some great places, wonderful neighborhoods that have been built over time. And I know we have the goal of continuing to build homes for our community. And I take the stance of giving people the option to revert back to the original land use code without that language. We're just not going to get anywhere here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I see that. And perhaps some people could benefit from the language that is here in section 2. I can't foresee every scenario, right? There's so many different versions of deed restrictions that people are on. That's what Nancy has been sifting through over the past several months, hundreds. And I'm not in a position to just strike this because I feel that there could be another option and we're not going to reach a consensus. So on that note, I'm prepared to come to a consensus with you on this and adopt the resolution as written.
As written, or with sections 1 and 2, or with the amendment that I suggested?
Repeat the amendment again that you suggested verbatim. And I'd like Maura to weigh in on it as well.
Yeah, that would be good. So the way C, and by the way, if we need to take a little breather to.
That might be good.
Yeah, clear our heads, I think that we can do that. Do you want to do that
What,
now?
can you repeat your amendment
Okay,
one more time?
So right now, section C says that, the owner can revert back to the previous version of the deed restriction, whether it's the covenant or the land use code. But if they go to the land use code, they have to sign the addendum that provides these definitions of employee and non-qualifying income. Right? And so what I'm suggesting, because we know that just we don't know. We believe that will create more confusion.
Yes.
Right? By having like another iteration of a deed restriction out there. And is really not a significantly meaningful offer. So the proposal would be to just pull back almost all of section C. And then so that it only allows people who were previously on a covenant to move back to that. If you were previously on a land use code, you have to choose a different option or stay where you are. That would be an option. Maura, do you want to help me here?
I made that change. If it would be helpful to see it, I could share.
Sure, can't hurt. Well, yeah, and Glenn, I also have it printed out here. I don't know if you're a paper person, but.
That would be helpful for me.
The current version C.
Yep.
Okay, and it talks about people being able to go back one step. But if you go to a land use code, you have to adopt this addendum. So we would be taking out that option. There would be no option to go back to any version of the land use code.
Just reverting to a covenant.
Yeah, which, as you say, is maybe not that meaningful.
I see.
So it looks like Maura has it up on the screen.
But we would essentially, I just added only if it is another version of the covenant, striking reference to the land use code and striking those definitions.
Yeah, I'm now, it's clear to me, Maura. Thank you.
Want to take a break?
Yep.
Okay, it is 3:32. Why don't we come back at 3:40? Does that sound good?
Yeah, it sounds great.
Okay. So San Miguel County, it is 3:42 PM and we are resuming our regular old meeting on September 3rd. We are in the middle of, or partway through, a discussion about the deed restriction reversion. And we were a little stuck, so we took a break. What we are considering in particular is just one but a significant piece of Part 2C. And that is whether we have two options that we've agreed on that are, one is that one option would be, so we're getting rid of the addendum. We know we don't like that. It's confusing and really doesn't even offer that much to folks. So the two options that we're considering are to leave the first piece of the sentence before the paragraph. Owners may revert to a version of the version of the deed restriction that previously applied to the property at the time of their owner's purchase. And it could say whether it be the land use LUC deed restriction or another version of the covenant. So that's one option. The second option would be the first piece of the sentence changed to, with the second piece changed to only if it is another version of the covenant. So that's where we were stuck. And if Commissioner Gleason and I disagree, my preference is the second one. If we disagree, then we have a hung jury and we will basically, I think, have to eliminate section 2 entirely and just go ahead with the resolution with section 1 and 3 and renumbered. Did I get all of did I lay that out right? Okay. So the question is, or actually we have another option, which is to just go ahead without section 2, not because we're a hung jury, but just because that's our preference. My preference is to leave in section 2, but only let it apply to the covenant, people going back on the covenant. So it's kind of in your court.
So yeah, I could see the benefit of section 2 could benefit a few people in some scenarios. And so that is my reasoning for wanting to leave it with the addition of your amendment, because I think there could be some scenarios that play out that people find beneficial, and I don't want to take away some options for people here. That's what we've been trying to work through in this whole process. I think the concept of just offering the land use code as is without the definitions, we're very clear on the fact that you're not willing to consider that, and I can really see the downsides to that, and I'm kind of split on it, honestly. And so I think just striking the land use code option with that language of employee and non-qualifying income makes sense. We're in agreement there.
Okay.
And I think your suggested amendment is fine.
Okay.
I support it. Okay. Yeah. I think moving forward at this point is it's what we need to do. We've been mulling over this for a long time, and there's been a lot of work that has been done to date. And I think with what we just discussed, I feel we can move forward.
Okay. Thank you. Would you like me to make a motion?
There's only one other thing, and that is that after the whereases in this resolution, and maybe I looked at the wrong version and the clean version has it corrected. So, and up to the date of this resolution under the now therefore in number 1, it says August 20th. So I would just want to make sure that that's corrected to September 3rd.
Thank you. That's
sure.
That's important.
Good catch. Are there any other sections where we have August 20th and it should be September 3rd? I don't think so.
I think the other ones got caught, but thank you for catching that one.
Okay. Galena, would you like to make the motion or would you prefer I do so?
Well, I apologize, under the approved and adopted, it also would be amended from August 20th. So perhaps Maura, just if there's any other locations, those are the only two that I see. If we just make a global change to reflect that any of these changes would be applicable up till today's adoption date of September 3rd.
Yeah, the clean version that I'm looking at that I think is the same in the packet has the approved and adopted.
That one
Yeah.
does, yeah.
September 3rd.
Yep, I see that.
Beautiful.
But I do think it, just in case, when you look through it one more time, if there's any other dates that need to be updated to September 3rd, you'll do that, right?
Yes.
Okay, Galena, would you like to?
I will make
Yeah.
a motion.
Okay, great.
I move to approve the resolution of the San Miguel County Housing Authority of San Miguel County, Colorado regarding correction and reversion of affordable housing deed restrictions and covenants. Resolution number 2025-23, striking section number 2, subsection, under subsection C, numerals 1 and 2 and 3. And with the amendment that Commissioner Brown suggested under section C.
I think that works.
Does that fly?
Maura, everybody all right with that? I'm seeing lots of nods. I
Um,
second.
And the,
Oh.
and the suggestion, and the corrections made to the dates reflecting today's date of September 3rd, 2025. And everywhere appropriate in, everywhere applicable in the resolution.
Second. Any further discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. And that concludes our conversation about item 9B. Yeah?
Yes.
And in fact, it includes all county housing matters for the day. So we are putting on our BOCC hats and taking off our CHA hats. Thank you, everybody. As I said, that was a bit arduous. It's not perfect, but I think that it is the best that human beings with our, that we can come up with to meet those 3 principles we've talked about, which are not necessarily all aligned, but we've done it. A good job, so thanks. All right, moving on now, we're gonna go to 7F, so Ryan could be.
7F first.
So Ryan could be present, but he's not here, should we address
We
7E?
can do 7E and I'll text Ryan right now
Okay.
about
And do we know if anyone from Prime Time is gonna participate in the conversation?
No.
Okay, they are not, so we can go ahead. So, reminding listeners and participants, item 7E is consideration of a one-time donation of emergency funding for Primetime Youth Care. Jared is going to present, he's not
I'm
present,
prepared
but I
to
bet
present
Mike
this
is.
on his behalf.
Okay, let's do it.
Sure. So commissioners, as you have previously discussed with Primetime staff, they are in a funding shortfall and will have to close their doors if they do not receive emergency supplemental funding. I understand, unfortunately, I was not able to attend last week's discussion about this. But that we had solicited and they have subsequently provided a funding plan of how they will reduce staffing and expenses to become sustainable. However, they will still require additional funding from the county. And
Sorry, we didn't call you Lance.
Oh, sorry.
We're a little, yeah, okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, so they had requested $65,000 additional, and I think because these are future plans, I know before Jared left, he and I spoke about this, and his recommendation was to pledge an additional $21,667 that would be invoiced, and paid by the county in the month of, I believe October, when they are due to need it. And then, we would be asking them, as they have indicated that they've applied for other grants and other resources, to hold back on any additional funding until such time as we know about what perhaps additional outside funds they might be able to receive. So, yes, ma'am.
I have some updates on additional funding. Since our meeting last week, I reached out to the town of Norwood, and they are gonna agendize bringing funding requests to their board, the Town of Norwood Board of Trustees. So there may be some additional funding there. And then I connected Primetime Director Melissa Merrill with Montrose County Commissioner Sean Pond. And Commissioner Pond was very receptive to this, and they are on the Montrose County Commissioner agenda for next week, September 8th, to request funding. So that could come to fruition as well.
Those are encouraging updates.
Yep.
And then also just to remind all of us that Strong Start, not the faculty, sorry, the staff had agreed to discuss with the board whether they could pull 21,666 out of their $500,000 reserves to help with this, and sounded like staff was on board for that. So
yeah,
does seem like, and there would be coverage for this deficit.
And I haven't seen a final outcome there, but that the ECAP that was brought to the ECAP board, and so far there's been support in every respondent, but not every board member has responded on that yet. So that's looking promising for another third of that 21,666.
This reminds me of when we assisted the emergency funding for the Telluride Medical Center. And as a part of that, we also added in a condition that should they be able to repay funds to us, that based off of their annual financial audit, that we would request them to do so. And I would just like for us to stay consistent with that, so that we're not, perhaps if they are able to substantially change their financial position down the road, although I think it's unlikely, I think it's a good condition for us to add to any one of these emergency donation requests, if you would be amenable to that addition.
Absolutely.
The other thought that came to my mind is that we also, with the medical center, made our contribution conditional on them like hiring a consultant and kind of really sorting through their the issues that they were facing. And so I would suggest that we do the same, not that they have to hire a consultant, but I made a note that we might make it conditional on their exploring and pursuing opportunities to achieve fiscal solvency, and that they might give us an initial check-in in the next period of time, 2 or 3 months.
Okay.
And then I also like the suggestion that was made in the recommended motion that they be required to submit any reports. Because I think, we gave them $10,000 last year, and I don't know that have we received their report yet on the mid-year report? Absolutely, yeah.
Receive it.
Oh, good, okay. Well, just that they would have, those reports would be received and complete. I think that's, okay, okay.
So what I heard is a check-in in 3 months, which would be about before the end of 2025.
Yeah, maybe
Or the end
early
of
December, does
Okay.
that seem reasonable? That would have been, do you guys feel like the idea of a check-in?
Yeah, because it seems like there's a lot of questions from our other potential partners that will be answered by this.
Okay.
So by the beginning of December, a check-in.
Yep.
An update. I guess that would be a part of it. Well, hopefully we're gonna get this, we're gonna request this update about outside funding prior to that, I would assume.
Oh.
Or is that a part of this update?
I think we wanted to be the first in, so we can go ahead and give them that money, but it would be nice that if when they check in, they could report to us on other funding they secured. Did I get that right?
I'd be happy to hear about other funding they've secured if it happens before December. And schedule check-in, I'd like to just be apprised of that as it arrives.
Okay.
I think that would both give me peace of mind, but also color their thinking prior to the check-in to know where they sit.
Seems prudent.
There's some requirements from Bright Futures, and that may be a great collaboration. We can work together on our requirements also. Unfortunately, Linnea was gonna speak and she got off, but I think that's in the works too.
Okay, great. So they'll have separate considerations, okay? So it sounds like we have 4 considerations.
So the first is a check-in before December.
But before that, or the part of that, and I actually wrote it, I could read it if you'd like. Why don't I just say what I have right now and see how you all feel about it? This funding is conditional on prime time, 1, submitting any reports required by the county's community support funding. 2, exploring and pursuing opportunities to achieve fiscal solvency with an initial check-in with the BOCC in December of 2025, or no later than December of 2025. Providing updates, this is the one we just talked about, to the BOCC on other funding sources secured. And then the last one would be repaying these emergency funds if they are able to.
Do you want to put a duration on that?
On
Such
that-
as
oh.
within, because we know it's unlikely this year, do you want to say within 2 years or 3 years or however?
What are we doing with the med center over?
We did up to 5
5
years.
years, yeah.
And they've been making annual payments each year.
Repaying these emergency funds if they are able by,
The longer the better.
yes,
Yeah.
the end of 2030,
Sure.
by year end.
5 years.
2030. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, commissioners, did you receive an email from Jared sent this morning?
Yes.
Great, and it's got a spreadsheet that we and Marissa have been working through via email. And I don't think we need to include anything in our conditions, but I'm wondering if we want to acknowledge that confirmation of Jared's work somehow, and make sure that in our $21,000 emergency gift, we're also tying them to this spreadsheet as it stands, and want to know if something changes. I'm just trying to figure out how to keep a sense or finger on their pulse so that we're not surprised if that check-in isn't cheerful.
I did receive this, but I haven't had a chance to do more than glance at it because this meeting was starting. And I was actually confused by it because it looked to me like they were losing much more money than we had, had anticipated, but I see this is like a running balance.
Yes.
It's not like they're losing this amount of money each month.
This is if they do their restructure plan.
And this is also if they get which they are going to, the
Correct.
strong start,
Right.
20,000. So it looks like they only need 22,000, not 65,000.
Correct, according to this. So this is if they receive the Strong Start funding and if they make this restructure plan, this is where they will sit.
Because that's 40,000 plus our contribution and then they're short cut grant.
But it doesn't have our contribution in here, does it?
It does for November.
Oh,
The first
okay.
November amount is from us.
Yeah, Strong Start grant / county.
I don't see.
On line 4.
Is it this?
Yes.
Okay, now you need to show.
Here, I'll show you.
November.
That's why it's cut off.
Oh, okay. But where's our money come in? I don't see it in November. Maybe you have an updated version. Here. I mean, I believe you, I just. confused.
This is where I'm looking.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
on that right there.
Oh, I didn't receive that spreadsheet. I received this.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I think it's just reformatted.
Oh, this is a different one.
Yours is updated with
Yeah,
our
this is the one from the
contribution.
emails.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Great. Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't print out the attachment. I just was looking at the body of the email. Okay. Okay, Lance, back to what your suggestion was based on this spreadsheet.
I think my suggestion is just that if there is a deviation from the numbers on the spreadsheet significant, that we want to be alerted to that and have our check-in earlier to hear what's going on. It could be that things are better than we anticipate, or it could be that things are worse, but I just don't want to be surprised in December by things are really worse.
Well, we could suggest an earlier check-in. Want to do that?
Maybe that's really what I.
Okay, well,
Like
like,
beginning of November, because their plan was to lay off the one FTE in October.
Yeah.
yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah, December feels like a long time away. So why don't we
Okay.
say the first week of November, or our first meeting in November as soon as we can?
I think that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would be good tie-in to check in on their plan to potentially close the infant room and where they're looking with all of those potential big moves.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, do you,
So I have those 4 items.
Yep.
The check-in at the first meeting in November. The community support report. The update on outside funding as soon as possible, and the repayment with within 5 years if able.
okay, you missed on the first one, the
Sorry.
beginning of that, was
So-
they would explore and pursue opportunities to achieve fiscal solvency.
Yes,
Is that in there?
yes,
Okay, and then with the check-in in early November.
yes.
Okay. I like it. How's everybody else feeling?
With those 4 conditions, is there a motion to approve this emergency allocation to Strong Start or to prime time of 21,666?
So moved.
Good.
Second.
Lance seconded.
Yeah.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Hi.
As well. The motion carries. Okay, thanks, everybody. Moving on now to item 7F. Which is consideration of the final proposed ballot measures for the November election. And Mike, I'm assuming you're gonna
Yes.
take this also.
Yes. So, the first item is to request voters to exempt or override the 5.25% revenue limit for both the early childhood education fund and the mental health fund, allowing them to collect their full 0.75 mill levy on the new value. That would create, sorry, I wrote it down. That would allow them to capture. Sorry. Oh, I wrote it on a different page, that's fine. Where,
I think I have it in Jared's memo.
yeah. It's all over, my apologies. Where did I put on? Oh, here we go. That would allow them to capture an additional $129,498 for each of those 2 funds. Both of their boards have met and supported the request, asking the commissioners to put this measure on the ballot. So, as you see in the packet, we have a draft of this question, which we will present to the county clerk by the deadline on Friday morning. If you support this. We could do each of these individually.
Let's do that.
Let's do that. So for these 2 funds and
Well,
both
at least
funds.
this one, yeah.
Ask for the both of these measures to be combined into one question as they are written now. So do you support resolution 2025-26 requesting the full capture over the 525 revenue limit for these 2 funds?
I do.
Yes.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve Resolution 2025-26 to refer a question for the November 4th, 2025 election regarding removal of the 5.25% limit for the county's early childhood education and mental health funds.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. Off to the ballot.
Very good. The next item is requesting a similar measure of allowing full capture of the road and bridge mill levy and reallocating permanently a portion of the 1.4 mills that we have been dedicating from the general fund to the road and bridge fund, which has an existing 0.5 mill levy, to allow them the full capture of their 1.9 mills without the 5.25 limit. And that would generate $328,264 additional dollars for road and bridge in 2026, which consequently is approximately the amount that the board has discussed in additional maintenance for gravel roads to bring them up to a more maintainable standard and allow existing maintenance level activities beyond that.
I'm in favor of that and I'm happy to make a motion if the board is prepared, or if the board would prefer to discuss or hear from Ryan, that's fine too.
I'd love to hear from Ryan.
That's what,
Yeah.
Ryan's here.
So that amount, when we broke out, when over the past few years, we've been short-staffed and our staff hasn't been able to, keep up with the demand and the increased need that we have for gravel replacement and just keep up with the projects, the annual projects that we have. So we did, we kind of broke down the worst roads that we have and set a plan out for 5 years. And on average, that was around 300, some years a little less and some years a little over $300,000. And so that gives us the ability to hire contractors to work at the same time when we're continuing on our plan, just to help us get caught up and put us in a position and put our crews in a position to be able to take over maintenance, and at least that 5 years or take over and be caught up with the maintenance with the majority of the roads on the east end. They're still going to continue to deteriorate and unravel over time, but at least this will give us about 5 years of a head start.
Okay. Any questions for anybody or comments on the resolution and ballot language? Nope.
If not, is there a motion to approve resolution 2025-27?
So moved.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. Another one off to the ballot.
And then the next one that is in your packet is concerning resolution 2025-28, which would do the same two things as the previous question. However, it would also allocate an additional 0.2 mills for road and bridge. And it was in the 301. Thank you, additional. This would allow us to do the things that Ryan just spoke about with catching up on our gravel roads, but would also open up the potential of being able to pave a small amount on some of our steepest and most difficult to maintain roads each year. I mean, we're only talking about 1 to 1.5 miles per year. But we know that some of our gravel roads were never were built so steeply or were remnants of mining era where they were never intended to be able to maintain regular vehicle traffic, especially with the numbers of vehicles and speeds and weights of vehicles that we have currently. So we saw when we used some of our remaining COVID funds for Ophir Road paving in an area where we had habitual washboarding. I feel like that's been a very successful project and has increased the ability to maintain Ophir Road. Our calls for service and frustrations from Ophir residents have dramatically declined. I'm not saying there are none, but it's been a dramatic decrease. And I think the hope is if we were to go in this direction, we could try and achieve that on some of our other sections such as M44 or 58P. I know Ryan has a whole host of roads, but this would, again, we would only be able to chip away a little bit at a time. But the reason we chose this lower amount of mill levy was to try and be sensitive to not increase taxes significantly on residents while offering what we're hearing from them predominantly, which is a desire for an increased maintenance standard. I'm also sensitive to the fact that Commissioner Gleason brought up the concern of this question, which would be a request for tax increase as it may impact the Norwood School bond issue. So I know that that's part of your consideration today.
And I'll just chime in and say I still have those concerns and the voter fatigue on that particular ballot that the Norwood R2 school district voters will be voting on.
We discussed this quite a bit at a previous meeting, and Galena, I think that I have ended up agreeing with you. I'm kind of reluctant because it would be really a delight to give Ryan tools and money that he needs to not get ahead, but at least continue to push forward. But because of timing, I'm willing to hold on this with the hope that he can present it in some fashion next year.
I agree with Lance.
So we're going to pass on a motion to approve resolution 2025-28.
Table that for next year. Ryan, did you want to speak about that?
Oh, well, I mean, these are, so this, over the many years, you know, for history, our budget has always been structured to maintain what we have. We've been trying to do improvements with, you know, getting creative and doing what we can to try to keep up with it, but it's always been a challenge. Even without the you know, the limited staff. The one thing that's kind of done is actually given us more revenue because we haven't had the cost of of salaries. And so but still the way that our program is designed right now, it's really focused on maintenance. So if we want to get into where we're doing improvements on these roads, we have to look at increasing revenue in one way, one shape or form. But one thing to consider also is that we do have, you know, close to 70 miles of paved road now, and some newer roads, but the majority of them are all older roads. They've been paved, you know, 15 to 20 years ago, so they're going to be nearing the end of their lifespan. So even just maintaining the existing asphalt surfaces that we have is going to be costly, a lot more costly than when we put them in. And those costs, even with dust control, just even our maintenance costs have continued to climb. And our revenue, you know, hasn't. It's climbed, but not at the same level, especially recently over the last couple of years. So it's a challenge, but yeah, inevitably we're going to need to increase revenue if we're going to continue to move forward.
Ryan, we were poised to move ahead with this until last week when Galena brought up the timing concern with the Norwood schools. My biggest concern is that we pull this from the ballot, that the Norwood schools doesn't pass, and then we're receiving phone calls for another year. And folks saying my road is showing. We're setting ourselves up for that possibility. And it's not an exciting future.
It's
being very clear that he's not going to be able to pull rabbits out of his budget and make everything right with every citizen. We're going to have some very frank conversations about what we chose to do today.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, I would love to put this on the ballot. I really would. I think that it, you know, does all the things or could do all the things you described, and staff pulled this together with direction from the commissioners to, you know, step it up a little bit in the road and bridge department. And at the same time, my concern is that the Norwood ballot school bond ballot has failed twice. It has a better chance this year because they've been awarded the best grant, and in support of that ballot measure, I feel like that the less we can load on in terms of tax increases this year, the better. I think also be good to see what we can do with the money that we do get, right? And some other changes are being, made in the road and bridge department. And so I think let's see how that goes. And then I think we should absolutely revisit this.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That was the last time that this came up, and went to the voters. It was very similar, and they approved or they authorized an increase to only continue the same level of maintenance, but they voted down an increase to add improvements.
Maybe
So it's
round, you present another if then.
Yeah.
Or if either or statement where we accept that costs are going up for materials and the lifespan of the 70 miles of roads that are starting to come into view, and we may just need a small amount just to again keep our heads above water, and we do what we did last time and ask for more to do better, and let the voters have 2 questions on next year's ballot.
The other thing that occurs to me is that we may need to explore local improvement districts as it pertains to specific areas where we have a higher resident population, because all these measures we're talking about will be applied countywide.
Yeah.
And so we know that there are certain hotspots in the county, especially in more affluent neighborhoods, where they may be willing to bear that expense and certain areas may not.
I think that's really worth exploring, because I think we're all observing, certain roads and complaints associated with those roads because they're getting heavier use and there's more residents living up there. Well, a lot of factors are coming into play, but I think there might be an appetite for that, and I think it's worth exploring.
Yeah. I think, the city of Colorado Springs has recently done something similar. They were facing the same obstacles that we're facing here, and they had an infrastructure system that was deteriorating a lot quicker than what they could replace it, especially with what they had in revenues and funds. And so they put together a plan that they presented to the voters, and it had a sunset date. They said, we're gonna, here's what we need to be able to implement this plan, and they had a very specific plan detailed, and the voters gave them a chance, and they put that into motion, and they systematically worked on the streets that they said they were going to work on, and the program it's been a good example for other cities and other municipalities and even counties to follow. If they could do the same thing with special districts, or forming those smaller areas, and then specifically using that for those projects.
It's like to set aside the concept of doing anything this year, but we're willing to put some energy into really fine tuning our efforts for next year, because this is going to be a recurring theme for quite a while. Ryan, I appreciate your patience.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We'll do the best we can with, and just keep plugging along, no matter what happens.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
And congratulations on getting the team wrapped up on the schedule and on budget, as I understand.
Yeah, we got it. It was last Friday. We went up there, did the final inspection, and met the Forest Service, and we walked through it. Everything looked good. The work that we had done, we still have more work above, that we're going to plan for future. But the road, we were able to get everything put back together and opened up by the Labor Day weekend.
Yeah,
Well done.
well
Okay.
done, especially with the weather that came in and some,
Yeah.
unforeseen
No.
little hiccups.
The weather actually really helped us out this year, because as soon as we finished it held off till we got our chip seal done.
Yeah.
As soon as we got our chip seal done, it came in and rained. They called the river, so we had no water available to sweep, but the rain came in and wet all the rock down so we could sweep it without dusting out the communities. It worked out really well.
I did my own inspection of the Tomboy Road repair, and I also thought it was excellent, and not only the repair, but the whole road leading up to it is in the best shape I've ever seen it. So thank you. I know that was not our contractors, that was our team. So thanks a bunch.
Yeah,
It's really
thank
good.
you.
See some improvements and just great shape. So thanks.
Thank you. I'll
I've
pass
never
that.
seen John Duncan as happy in my life. He was on Friday when he brought his donation check.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, we probably need to keep moving. Nice to see you, Ryan. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience with our schedule today. Sorry about that. That was
Could I ask you one last?
hardly 11:10 a.m. Okay, moving on now to manager matters, item 10.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Oh, sorry, Carmen, did you want to say something? Oh, sorry.
I'm just wondering if we pulled Maura's letter. And I think we have enough time, but. Just.
Item 6A. Well, we were gonna do item 6A under attorney matters.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, how is everybody on time? We are running way over. Do we need to punt a few things or should we keep going?
I need to be at the school by 5. I've
Okay.
got about a 3-minute commute.
I
to
can
get
hold
there.
on all my stuff for another meeting.
And I was gonna say, if we want to punt the Diamond Ridge conversation again, that's fine.
Double punt.
Let's see. We had that scheduled for an hour. We do not have an hour. Why
I don't think we would need an hour, but in any case, there's not currently like a dead, at some point we need to
Right.
make a decision on a deadline, but that's not running yet.
How's next Wednesday? You said that it was not.
It's a fairly full agenda. We're gonna be going until probably 3.
We went to 4. That's
Okay.
not- is that possible?
Let me see.
That's possible. I just know that our recent meetings have been going well over our budgeted time, like hours and hours, you know?
Yeah.
If
I
we're,
think that's a very reasonable.
that, is
deadline,
that,
3.
it's, okay, that sounds fine then.
Okay, so we're gonna punt Maura's 12A till next week.
But then does that makes our next Wednesday's meeting going till 4, which is fine with me, but you
And it
guys
may
have
not go that long.
little ones. Can you do 4? Do we need to
I can
do?
work with it.
Yeah, I can work with 4.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, Maura, and we'll make sure we get to
Thank you,
that.
Kay.
And thank you,
Thank
Kay,
you,
who's been
Kay.
sitting
Yeah.
there since lunch. Oh, sorry. Okay, so let's get through the manager matters, commissioner
Okay.
updates, and item 6A. I think we can do that all within an
Very
hour.
good.
Okay,
I'll go very quickly. Because of Labor Day, the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority meeting will be this coming Monday, the 8th at 1 p.m. 2 p.m. My apology, you're right. Tomorrow is a San Miguel Basin Wildfire Collaborative meeting from 2 to 4. Next Wednesday, special meeting, we'll be hearing from Derek Padilla at the Tres Rios Field Office for BLM. We'll be discussing the Behavioral Health Strategic Plan with Grace Franklin and the Stedman Group. We'll be hearing about the class and comp presentation from our consultant Lori Graves, as well as our staff recommendation. And we'll be having continued discussion on our Diamond Ridge litigation.
I have another item on that agenda, looking at the upcoming agendas, a possible briefing, and I heard it has been scheduled with Tori Jarvis, our
Yes.
consultant on the San Miguel County mining regs.
Yes, she's.
Is that
scheduled for
confirmed?
12:45.
She is?
Mhm.
Okay, we've got 2 things scheduled for 12:45, but I bet we can work that out.
Yes.
That is gonna be a chunky meeting. I think we should not put anything else on that agenda. And we will try to move those conversations along.
Yes.
Okay, I will try to move those conversations along.
Very good. We've reached out to our district attorney, Anna Cooling, for a presentation of at one of our upcoming commissioner meetings. Either on September 24th, October 8th, or October 15th. Obviously, we know that a preliminary budget is going to be on display before October 15th. I've asked, she has 2 requests for 2026. One is either a 25% increase in the amount that we're spending with the district attorney. We currently spend $278,000. She's requesting either $348,000, that's a 25% request, or a 43% increase. And these are equivalent for all the counties in our district. That amount will be just under $400,000. Understanding that many of our partners have a larger increase, I've asked for Page Starks to include the 25% request in our preliminary budget. But just as a reminder, that $70,000 of our total increase within the general fund allowable of 340,000 of our additional increase. We know that our insurance on top of that. So we are going to be suggesting between the class and comp, our insurance, and this request to go into our general fund reserve. It's not uncommon, we just haven't done it in a while, but we've been building up this fund for these rainy days, and I think this is perhaps the first of the cloudy days. So, but I wanted to put that on your agenda that we'll be hearing from her, but tentatively I've included the 25% request in our prelim budget.
Okay.
There's also an RFP in our partnership with Telluride and Mountain Village for the feasibility of a rec center. That is open and available on Mountain Village's website until October 9th. We agreed that we would participate in the feasibility study. I've been very cautionary to our partners of the capital construction and ongoing costs for a rec center. I believe it's going to take a recreation improvement district to fund that. That's all I have for you today. Do you have questions?
None from me.
What is that RFP costing?
$60,000.
Total.
Yes.
For that,
and,
for our portion.
Our portion, I believe, I can pull it up. Let me pull it up and I'll get back to you.
It's 20 something, isn't it?
Okay.
20. While Mike looks that up, would someone like to make their report?
I attended a Region 10 meeting last Thursday, I believe, and the really big takeaway I got was that for the Area Agency on Aging, that budget due to federal cuts has been reduced by 40% since 2022. And it continues to be a struggle. They're now using volunteers to deliver home meals. And Medicaid no longer is going to apply for home health care. When is that ship? 2027?
Yeah.
And Medicaid changes dramatically. So lots of extra burdens being put on local agencies and governments. And as we feared, the federal changes are now coming home to roost in very visible ways. On another note, Vince Rogalski has announced his intention to resign after 40 years of involvement with CDOT and the Gunnison Valley Transportation Region, and there'll be a celebration for him because he's something.
Wow.
Wow.
Linda?
All I really have to report on was the roundtable with Senator Hickenlooper at the Uncompahgre Medical Center last Thursday. Thank you.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that's when he was in town.
Yes, and we were specifically discussing cuts to Medicaid and SNAP because of the HR1 legislation, and representatives from Uncompahgre Medical Clinic, the Basin Clinic, the Norwood Food Pantry, and Telluride Foundation were present, as well as a Norwood mayor and myself, as well as many of Senator Hickenlooper's staff. I facilitated the meeting, and there were a lot of concerns brought forth, not only about the direct cuts to Medicaid, and the UMC clinic currently is 25% of their patients and revenue come from Medicaid. In the Basin Clinic, it's 29%. So with a reduction in potential Medicaid funded patients, there's just a real concern about financial solvency of both of those clinics, just overall financial solvency. The UMC clinic has started to provide a food provision service. So they are actually providing food to their patients that are food insecure. in addition to the Norwood Food Pantry. There's just been a lot of need among their client base, and so they're starting to get deliveries from Food Bank of the Rockies and doing weekly distribution of food. And on that front, the Norwood Food Pantry has seen a 40% increase in clients over the last year, and every month the numbers keep rising. And so with the anticipated cuts to SNAP, that organization is just expecting to see a greater need in the community. And Senator Hickenlooper certainly heard all the concerns, and I felt like, you know, I think one thing that he really took away was that not only are these clinics considered rural, but actual frontier because of their just geographic isolation and very small communities that they serve that are spread over a large geographic area. And I don't think Senator Hickenlooper has interacted with many clinics like that, although he got his start before he came into government, he worked at an FQHC actually. But yeah, he was just really curious to bring back stories from, people lived experiences and stories of how these institutions have served their communities over time and how critical they are. And he definitely heard some stories that I think he'll bring back to the Capitol and try to advocate for, some kind of Hail Mary situation of trying to rework this funding back in.
That's a question I had, whether he felt there's any opportunity this fall to refund some of the programs that were cut with HR one. Did you speak about that?
He did. Yeah, he felt there's still hope there. He said that there are many senators he works with that are moderate Republicans that are hearing these concerns within their states and that are very, sentimental to these issues, and that these issues are the ones where he feels there could be some real bipartisan support and movement on. So he seemed cautiously optimistic that there may actually be some give with these funding cuts. We'll see.
I
But
read an article that said that our Representative Hurd has said that that's a priority for him now that they're back in session to try to address some of these draconian cuts. But he qualified that by saying that would be a short-term measure and that longer term, we need to learn to not have, this is not his words, but not, fund these social safety nets. That was my takeaway from it, to the extent that we have. So it's, maybe we'll get some relief, but we'll see.
Convenience, remember memory, if you're done, I'll jump back in.
I think I reported out on that, and that's really what I got right now. Yeah, so dive back in.
Did the same thing and tell you, that's the moderator convening of various groups, including the Medical Center, CODO, SMRC, both town mayors, the Telluride Science Institute, Telluride Foundation, San Miguel Watershed Coalition, and we were asked for stories by the senator, which we provided. His comments afterwards were, I'm not sure if they were consciously optimistic or desperately hopeful, but he did say that he enjoyed being a mayor and a governor, but being a senator, he's found to be very difficult, and yet he remains committed to trying to affect change in DC and is doing his best to build bridges across them.
He told me that in his next lifetime, he wants to come back as a county commissioner.
Who was that?
Senator Hickenlooper.
Until he experiences meetings like today.
Yeah.
Makes sense any day. Give me some House Republicans.
Yeah, like, let's switchies.
Lena, was there anything other?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, that's it.
Terrific.
Jokes.
Yeah.
Little jokes.
Yes, of course.
I love this.
I know.
I really
We
do.
It's okay. Last Wednesday, I attended the Collaborative Action for Immigrants meeting, and that meeting was very quickly. All sorts of people are reporting on work that's happening in the community, particularly around immigration and advocacy for our immigrant population. I just wanted to point out one thing that Eco Action Partners attended and shared information about the Green Grants program, including mentioning obviously that our participation, and that had opened up opportunities. So I just wanted to let you know that they're out there really promoting it. That was that. The second thing I wanted to report on was the outcome of the special session. I wasn't, which ended was it Monday or Tuesday? And I wasn't prepared by Wednesday last week to talk about it. So I have my thoughts together now, and just want to share what I know. And if you guys have additional information, just let me know. Please pitch in. So, as I did say, I believe already that the state revenue is being reduced for this fiscal year by $1.2 billion state revenue, which had been projected due to the changes in the way, in tax collected at the federal level. And those changes were made by HR 1. The budget for this fiscal year had been projected to have a $300 million surplus. But now, because of that $1.2 billion shortfall in revenue, they're looking at a projected deficit of $783 million, which you might recall they had to cut about $700 million last year to begin with from the budget that had been drafted. So there's not much to cut. But they did, and they did it in a number of ways, 3 ways really. They closed some tax loopholes for large corporations. They accessed some general fund reserve. And then the third piece was reducing spending in this fiscal year by $250 million. A lot of that is like in $4 million, $3 million, $250,000 cuts. The biggest one I think is important for us to know is a diversion of $105 million from OEdit. And that was money that had been allocated by Proposition 123, with the caveat being that the governor could sweep those funds out of OEdit if there was a financial crunch. And given that there is, he is pulling that $105 million in funding from OEdit. And that was funding that, we were all going to apply for not us with a particular project, but that's a dent in community housing. I was most concerned or very concerned, and we all wrote a letter to, no, we didn't, did we? I think we did, to Cleve and Senator Simpson and Representative Sukla about helping out with the health insurance affordability enterprise, because we had learned that health insurance premiums were going to go up 40% next year in rural Colorado. They did provide some support for that. And so rather than statewide health insurance premiums statewide being projected to go up 27 or 28%, they'll only go up 20%. So it was a very small attempt, but it was something. Trying to think what else I wanted to mention about that. Anyway, that will help with people who are buying their insurance as individuals on the marketplace. It will help with the reinsurance program, and it will help with OmniSalud, but really fairly minimally. And the legislature will try to address a longer term and larger fix when they convene in 2026. They did pass a bill that ensures that Medicaid recipients can use Planned Parenthood for non-abortion related services. That is something that had been cut by HR 1, the federal funding for that. So that's good, because lots of people use Planned Parenthood for primary care. And then they adjusted language in the Healthy School Meals for All ballot that will be our bill, or what do you call it, measure that will be on the ballot in November, to allow any overages to be retained and allocated to SNAP. So we had free school lunches for everybody in Colorado, and that's meant to expire the end of December. So there's a ballot measure to extend that and to allow any overages, rather than being returned to the voters through a Tabor function or something to be retained to support SNAP, because as Galena mentioned, that's gonna be cut. They did not address any losses that are anticipated due to Medicaid. Again, that will be addressed in 2026. Let's see. Just a couple other things I want to mention. I picked up on all that at a CCAT meeting last Thursday. The other pieces that came up, and Mike, I want to make sure this is on your, and I think it's on Jared's radar, but the strategic growth policy scan is a piece I believe that DOLA wrote. And the counties that discussed it and including the CCAT staff is quite concerned that our 1041 regs might be at risk. And that's all I know. But you
Okay.
might want to talk about that strategic growth policy scan with Jared and let me know if there's something that we should be doing either, together with CCAT. And I also wanted to mention that there is a movement in the state to reinstate a graduated income tax. Right now, we have a flat rate. And that, I think, given the really financial stress that everybody's under at every level, there's a sense, I think it would be for people earning over $500,000 a year. You're nodding, you've heard about it as well. That was eliminated by Tabor, so that's something. That's it. I just wanted to let you know,
That last sentence that was eliminated?
I think we used to have a graduated income tax.
Oh, I see.
And that was eliminated by Tabor, so now there's a movement to reinstate it.
Okay, got it.
Thank you, I did not say that well. Okay, and then I just wanted to mention, I attend the CCI Legislative Committee membership meetings, which at this time of year are monthly. And Galena, you've helped me out in the past by attending the ones that are particularly related to land use and agriculture, I think. Anyway, there's one happening on October 3rd. They're not at this point do or die, but I won't be able to attend because I'll be out of town. So if anyone's dying for something to do all day on October 3rd, let me know and you can listen in on that meeting.
Well, plug that in and see how that evolves.
Okay, and I'll forward any invitations, but it's not like we're not yet voting on legislative priorities, so it's not urgent, but I just wanted to let you guys know that. And that's all I have.
Going back to Commissioner Leeson's question, I was reviewing my emails between the town managers and I told them that we would not be able to contribute financially to the feasibility study. But I applied for a planning grant from DOLA. And last year they said that we would be awarded. They asked me to wait until they received their RFPs back to understand what the total amount of the study was going to cost before. And I've just been texting with Patrick Rondinelli about that.
Great.
Make sure he knows about the timing, but I am a little bit concerned with the reductions in DOLA funding, but they have indicated that the planning grants are still available. It's the larger tier 1, tier 2 energy and mineral impact grants that are currently reduced or eliminated.
So that would be our contribution to this
Correct.
feasibility. Okay. Thanks for that follow-up.
My pleasure.
All right, I believe since we have shifted item 12A to next week, that we are ready for a motion to adjourn.
We got 6A still.
Oh,
the
God.
letter.
You're right. Thank you.
Thanks, Carmen, for keeping us on
Mhm.
track.
Carmen, our vice chair.
Mrs. Boylan still here?
I'm still here.
Okay, good.
What a time to come back. Oh my God.
I know.
Okay, letters to senators, read the climate liability shield. I have it open right here. Maura, what would you like to say to us about this letter?
Right. So this letter was provided to me by Boulder County. I am not sure if they wrote it or if it was written by Center for Climate Integrity. And it's kind of a more specific focus than the broader sign-on letter that the commissioners voted to sign on to back in April. So this is more directed at our senators for Colorado. And Boulder County was facilitating sign-on from all 3 local jurisdictions that are part of the climate litigation. Because this is directed at potential legislation that would create a liability shield for climate damages, claims against fossil fuel companies. As far as I know, there is no specifically proposed legislation at this time. But this is kind of as they're getting back to Washington to keep it on the radar. But because it was intended to be a sign-on from all three jurisdictions, that's why it hasn't been directed to Representative Hurd. But that's certainly something, if the board wanted to do that, we could submit a separate letter to Representative Hurd. But this one, the plan is to sign on with Boulder County and the city of Boulder. And I know there was a few proposed amendments, which I certainly can pass along to the communications folks at Boulder County.
Okay, so the letter we have right now is on our letterhead, but what I'm hearing you say is that this would be a joint letter from the three jurisdictions, right?
Yes, and I had tried to kind of get the format of that in advance, and it wasn't ready in time to get that in the packet, so I kind of formatted it.
Sure.
To be from the Board of Commissioners individually, but if you approve signatures today, I can communicate to Boulder County that you've approved signing on in whatever format they need to put that in for all three jurisdictions. I think they would do that. They said they would use the county logo and the image signatures as it is in the version in the packet.
Great, I'm in favor.
I'm in favor. There's one change that I'd like to suggest, which is in the first line. Reads on behalf of San Miguel County, we right to express, and in the second to last line, it concludes, I urge you to stand. And I think we want to change the I to a we just for symmetry.
Good catch.
And it probably wouldn't say on behalf of San Miguel County either, right? Because it's a joint letter.
Right.
Yeah, I think it would list all three jurisdictions, assuming the other two.
But with those small changes in mechanics, I am in support of this effort, and it merely backs up what we've been saying all along. So happy to send it.
Yeah, I'm in full support.
Okay, do we need a motion or is that just staff direction? I mean, it is consistent with our.
Let's make a
previous
motion and
position.
just make it easy.
Okay,
I can do that by saying I move to approve the commissioner's signatures on a letter to Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper regarding legislation granting a climate liability shield to fossil fuel companies, and I'd ask Maura to CC a copy to Representative Hurd.
I second that.
I don't, do we, oh, okay, so we can just send a copy ourselves. Yeah, that's fine. I would take a vote.
Aye.
I as well.
I as well, the motion passes. Maura, thank you so much for talking us through that.
No problem. Thank you.
And is it possible that we will see you next week?
I'll be back Monday.
We want pictures.
You just sounded like Arnold. I'll do that.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you and we're really happy for you. And we will see you next week and probably be in touch before then.
Thanks
Sounds
for everything. Thanks for everything today. Mrs. Boylan.
How does it sound? How does it feel?
It will take some getting used to the new name. But other than that, it's all great.
My mother-in-law and I used to call each other, hello, Mrs. Brown. Hello, Mrs. Brown. But we're like the only people who ever called each other Mrs. Brown. Okie doke. I think we are ready for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. This meeting is adjourned.